A very good evening, everybody. Nice to have your company wherever you're tuning in, all around Australia, all around the world. In fact, as the Gentleman Sim Racing Club comes to you live on a Friday night for the triple header here on SimShed Broadcasting. This is round 3 of 10, and the circuit Gilles Villeneuve in Montreal, Canada, is the venue for our triple header tonight. Production cars into stock cars into supercars. It's a massive triple header on SimShed Broadcasting across Facebook, Twitch, and YouTube. Zach Caben with you, Nico Pop joining me, and Nick, no time to muck around here. We're getting straight into the racing.
Yeah, old Mustangs, or older Mustangs around Circuit de Gilles Villeneuve, Montreal. We got Brenton Hobson on the pole.
Indeed we do. Peter Hunter alongside him, then Rob Carmichael, Simon Ferris, Declan Reinhardt, and Jonathan Turner, the next 3 rows, including Paul Nichols and Brett Selby-Wood on row 4 there. Then Simon Francisson, Trucker Joe Baldwin, Shane Witt and Josh Thomas from row 6. Grant Gill, James Wood, row 7, Tony DeRossi, Chris Stark, row 8. Row 9 is Daniel Ocean, Ben Collard, row 10 is Adam Lavis and Xander Antoniev, and and Jason Dunn, I should say, in there as well. And so too Dylan the Kid Gray. So there you go. I think that's as good as we can do, because I was trying to race through the monitor going down on the iRacing server. So, 17th is Daniel Aish, 18th is Ben Collard, 19th Xander Antoniev, then Jason Dunn with Dylan Gray and Adam Lavis from the back row of the grid there, just to clarify all of that. No Michael Hammond tonight, which, as we saw on Wednesday night, Nick, when he hasn't got Ben Snell or Brenton Hobson to play with, it's a little bit one-sided, and I think Brenton might find that out for himself tonight.
Dare say so. I didn't get to see the times, but I think he did a very fast time there to by quite a bit to claim the pole.
1:51.7. He was on pole by 1.2 seconds.
There you go. Ready
for a 30-minute race here. Fuel limit 40% tank capacity. Whether that requires a pit stop or not remains to be seen here. Probably not over the course of only a 30-minute race. 4.36 kilometres, 13 turns. The Mustang FR 500S is the car of choice tonight. Ready to fire. Round 3 of the production car series. Friday Night Motorsport. Gentleman Sim Racing Club. They're gone. Great start, Hobson. Absolutely torn off the line, but have a look at who's inside. Rob Carmichael forcing the issue on the run to 1. They almost come together. There has been one go around further back in the pack, but Hobson has managed to hold on the inside to take the lead through 1. Look at this rubbish unfolding behind. We're on board with Rob Carmichael there. He's got caught up in all of that. It was a brilliant start from Carmichael down the inside. Have a look at this on the replay. Forcing issue with Hobson on the run to 1, on the run into turn 2, and he's just looped it on his own, Nick.
Yeah, very easy to do. Cold tires, cold brakes, chicane and hairpin as the first 2 corners. Oh man, right in front of the field. So, now to the back he goes.
Trucker Joe Baldwin's just come unstuck as well on the back straight there out of turn 7. He's been able to resume. He wasn't collected by anybody, so okay, we'll soldier on without a yellow flag for the moment. Hobson, Ferris, Reinhardt, Hunter, Selby-Wood, DeRossi, the top 6, and Nico sitting back there in position number 7. We haven't got him in the commentary box at the moment. He's down in the coaching channels. We'll drag him in for the stock car race, no doubt. We're riding on board with Josh Thomas now. Grant Gill instead. So we've gone from Thomas immediately back to Grant Gill behind him there. And Grant sitting down there in 10th position, of course, the Oculair entry. Now, interesting point to note, incident count penalties every, like for the first 17X, that'll be the first penalty. Then every 5X after that, fast repair limit of 1. And the track conditions set to the 9th of October 2020, which is today's date, set for 7:49 Canadian Eastern Time in the morning. And that is worth noting out as well. It's about, what are we? 7:34, so it's about 4:30 Canadian Eastern Time there at the moment. So we're 3 hours into the future as this race gets underway. Declan Reinhardt there having a challenge inside, outside. Have a look at that. Simon Ferris and Declan Reinhardt arguing over the same piece of real estate, and Ferris is going to get the spot there on the outside. Reinhardt forces the issue on the inside, but Ferris has got the outside going through. So that's position 2 and 3 They're arguing over the same piece of real estate. They're very lucky not to bang wheels going through the back section of the circuit. This is an awesome track. This is one of my favourites.
Yeah, it's a great track for passing. Lots of opportunities, lots of heavy braking zones from high speeds. Very simple design as drag strip chicane, drag strip chicane, drag strip hairpin. So look for lots of passing, lots of changing positions the whole night.
Exactly right. Now, something we didn't get to run through off the top because of the fact that it was a case of being very tight for time here tonight. And that was, of course, the championship points, which after the 2 rounds see Michael Hammond on top on 59, Brenton Hobson on 55, Daniel Ackland on 46, so too Jaden Russell. 40 for Todd Parks, 35 for Jonathan Turner, Josh Thomas on 32, 29 for Simon Francis, Tony DeRossi on 28, and Ben Collard on 23. They're the top 10 of the championship at the end of 2 rounds. Of course, last Friday night we were at the Road America circuit in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. We've gone further north, up into the other part of North America, Canada tonight, Circuit Gilles Villeneuve. Next week we head down under to Phillip Island. And of course it's important to note that Michael Hammond, while he does hold the lead in this points race at the moment, he will drop down the order tonight as a result of not being on the grid.
But you've got to remember the 2 drop rounds should even things out. And what's he doing? I think he's doing Drift Tasmania down there at Sims Plains. So he's a little bit busy.
Tomorrow, yes.
Up tonight. Oh, today, yeah.
Yes. So good luck to all and sundry down there tomorrow. Oh, trouble on the outside there. Was that Brett Selby Wood or Simon Ferris? There were a couple of cars off there.
All these cars have damage.
A couple of cars battered and bruised. I tell you what, they don't bounce well, these cars, Nick, for whatever reason.
Yeah, they're crashing the curves, but I mean, at the end of the day, these are just a road-going car with a couple of modifications. So they're probably not the best to smash into each other, but here's Selby Wood now. We're riding on board. Brenton Hobson, 11-second gap. It's now 14 seconds. So and then from Tony DeRossi back, they're only separated by tenths of seconds up to Peter Hunter there. So just quickly, Tony DeRossi plus 13 positions.
It's a very good start from Tony DeRossi, no doubt about that. Right, Brenton Hobson, the leader by, as you said, well in excess of 10 seconds now. Tony DeRossi's the man we're riding with. We follow him down the back straight here, the Casino Straight, on the run down to turn 13 and 14 here. Nick, let's, if we can get JP to switch to an onboard shot with Tony DeRossi here, let's go for a ride at the Circuit Gilles Villeneuve in Montreal, Canada.
All right, so we're going to cross the line. You need to get the widest arc in, so for these heavier cars, you're going to swing to the left and then cut into the right, brake about now. Fast entry to this first part of the chicane, which is a hairpin chicane. Then you got the hairpin. I ride the curb on the inside, it pulls the car in and around, so he's lost a little bit of time there, but that's all right. Drag strip up to the next chicane. Be careful not to do a Vettel and cut across the track here. You can take plenty of curb on the right. Small apex on the left, and then plenty of exit space on the right there again. Through a little fast kink here. A little bit of a lift in all the heavy cars tonight. And then braking hard for this slower chicane, second gear usually. Plenty of curb on the left. Then you want to straighten out your exit to the right here, not touch too much curb, because it's a long straight down here. Long drag strip. Work your way through the gears. And then just before the overpass, to get off the island, you're going to hit the picks. So there's the bridge there, braking hard, back down a second, sail over the curb on the right, don't touch the one on the left, because once again, you want the longest exit to get all the way down this another drag strip, all the way down to the hairpin. Really good passing opportunity down here. Long brake zone from back here somewhere to 3 sign. Second gear, first gear in the stock cars, I don't know what they are in the supercars, I do say first. And then you got a long drag strip all the way down here to the final chicane. Work your way through the gears. Let's see what top speeds we're getting. We're getting about 220, I think. Braking down. There we go. Got top speeds there on the totem pole right now. 220s, just under 220s. Further back there's some 220s, but I guess they're in the tow. Crash the curves at the final chicane and then across the start finish line. Get back over to the left to set you up for turn 1 and 2 again. We got everything.
Very
here.
nice to done, Nick.
Top 10, who's that? 10. Ben Collard, 224 kilometres an hour. So he must have got a really good tow of someone.
Absolutely. I was going to say, you realise how fast Formula One cars are when you put a Ford Mustang on this circuit, and we're only 4 laps into the race, 8 minutes gone. This is lap 5. The lap time's hovering around that 151, 152 mark, and Formula One's getting around here in about 1 minute and 10. So it goes to show you that speed is everything on this circuit in Canada.
Spinner.
The ocular aerial shot and into the wall goes James M.D. Wood from 12th. Let's go grab a replay now with thanks to Stockcar Road Racing. Here it is again.
I'm going to say plenty of curve. No.
No, actually no. He's a little
hard
bit
on the
wide.
loud
If anything, too much gas. Yep. Bang, into the wall. Bouncing back. Not into the racing line, which was really good. But that, no doubt, will be a fast repair job when he gets to the first round of pit stops here. If there are any pit stops that need to be taken by our front runners, we should point out Rob Carmichael's just had a spin on that very note at the same point of the circuit. So we'll have a look at that for you shortly. Lap 5, 9 minutes into the race, so we're almost 1/3 of the way through. Short, sharp, sweet, 30 minutes on a Friday night. Stock cars, then supercars still to come. It's the on-treat, the main course, and then dessert for you. Friday Night Motorsport for the Gentlemen's Sim Racing Club. We're here with thanks to the great people. He got the grass. Yep, that'll do it every day of the week. We're here with thanks to the great people at Central Coast Subaru, Ocular, LJ Hooker Gaindar, Racecraft, Flash Graphics, and Simple Sim Computers. And the broadcast is being produced by JP from SimShed Broadcasting for you tonight on the Gentlemen's Sim Racing Club. Great to have your company wherever you tune in. Here's Jonathan Turner. We're riding the Ocular aerial shot for you onto the main straight now.
You've got to be careful riding that left-handed apex there. If you hit it too hard, it'll just throw you straight into the wall. So I always make a point of hitting the right-hand side curb, but try and keep the car as flat as possible through the second part because you don't want to hit that wall of champions and be a loser.
Yes, that's exactly right. 100%. So we've got
for a Sunday drive, this guy.
a massive... Yeah, he certainly is. We've got a massive weekend at motorsport, of course. Locally, the Willowbank 300 gets run tomorrow night. And, of course, internationally, MotoGP from Le Mans on Sunday night, of course, on the Bugatti circuit. And I do believe Formula One from the Nürburgring, the famous Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit, coming up Sunday night as well. Doubleheader back-to-back. That's the way we like it. No doubt about that. And the club's got another one of their charity enduros tomorrow as well, Nick.
Yeah, Le Mans on the full circuit in Radicals. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, it's 6 hours. 2 drivers or
I do
more.
believe you're right.
And the Radicals, fantastic little learner car. We've seen them at Queensland Raceway in the past and Lakeside. Very fast, just a smaller version of an LMP2 car, run by a motorcycle motor. However, even though we've trimmed them out, they're still producing quite a lot of drag in a straight line. So there's going to be a lot of draft battles in that one.
No Daniel Aish, no Adam Lavis, no Dylan Gray on this starting grid. So there were just the 19 that took the start. Brett Selby Wood has already retired from the race. I get the feeling that I'm going to get a notification through shortly saying that Chris Stark has as well, if he hasn't already. No, he is continuing on. It is just Brett Selby Wood that has retired there. That's now corrected on the totem there for you. So that's the field for you.
Having a look.
Brenton Hobson, have a look at that, Nick. 20 seconds up the road. And 1 minute 51.70 fastest lap of the race. Yeah, exactly. He could pull up, have a cup of coffee and continue and still be leading by the length of the straight.
Well, I'm looking at the best laps. He's 3 seconds clear of most of the field, or 2.5 seconds clear of most of the field. So he's got a bit of time in his lead. So just relax. Chillax, relax.
Indeed.
Pick up little bits and pieces and get prepared for the stock cars because I dare say it's going to be a lot harder. And there's a lot stiffer competition in that too.
We'll have score updates throughout the evening. Grand final rematch in the NRL as far as the semi-final is concerned. It's the Roosters and the Raiders. In the AFL, it is St Kilda against Richmond in a must-win semi-final for both teams. So we'll bring you updates from both as the evening goes on. We'll try and also squeeze in an update from Formula One practice along the way here as well. This is lap 7. There on your screen at the moment, you can see there have been quite a few drivers rack up some incident points already, Nick. Unfortunately, only the 4 drivers left in this race, in the top half of the field at least, with 0 at this point in time. And we're riding on board with the man that's setting the benchmark by which others should follow. Yeah,
he's just head and shoulders above everybody else. I guess that's why he's one of the best. I guess the other guys just need to practice more. I guess that's the only way you can catch this guy.
Brenton Hobson, Tony DeRossi, and also Peter Hunter. Simon Ferris and Jonathan Turner. That's your top 5 right now. We're just picking up an incident with Jason Dunn here. So let's have a look at that. Coming through the end of the first sector and just carried too much throttle through the corner. He's pulled up and he's sending himself back to the pit lanes. So he has manually disconnected as well, Nick, and that's the second retirement of the race that we know of thus far.
Yeah, second retirement, but I tell you what, the guy at the front that we just saw doesn't make any mistakes, and that's why he's just so much faster than everybody else. Hasn't put a foot wrong, and on his Twitch, which I linked you in a private message there, he's got his foot cam so you can actually see his feet.
Is that something we really want to see it on a Friday night?
He's got socks on.
Oh, that's all right then. I was going to say, if it's bare feet, I'm sending it to my sister. She hates feet. I'll do it just to stir her up. But socks, I think we can get away with that. Yeah, that's fine.
I was going to say Neil Compton harps on about it. We'll hear it next week at Bathurst, but it's just as much a hand sport, a foot sport, as it is a hand sport. So steering the car with your pedals. This place you don't have to steer so much. It's more the entering the corner under braking where you're going to gain most of your time. So getting the car stable and not lock a tyre, and then progressively off the brakes to get it into that corner there. So well, we got Tony DeRossi here. He seems to have a gap.
He's had a tremendous run, hasn't he? From 15th up to 2nd, did that in the first couple of laps and has just marched on with it. He's 6 seconds clear of the next car, which is Peter Hunter. As they make their way down the main straight, another lap in the books here. It's Friday Night Motorsport for the Gentlemen Sim Racing Club on SimShed Broadcasting. Don't forget Stockcar Race coming out from the same venue shortly. 24-lap race there. And Nick will be front and centre in the field there. Of course, Cal Watmore, the man to beat at the moment. Trent Lavis has also had a win this season. Did we succeed in convincing Chris Whitaker to come and have a run tonight?
Dude's busy setting up his new business, so I don't think we'll see much of him for a bit.
All right, fair enough. He was enticed when he found out it was the circuit where he had a win earlier in the year. And obviously, commitment's getting in the way there. Hobson, DeRossi, then Hunter and Turner. You can follow along on the totem pole on the left-hand side of your screen. What we should point out there for you is different colours on that totem pole as far as positions are concerned. The one that's highlighted yellow, not red, is who we're riding with, who we're following at the moment. It's our good mate Paul Nichols, actually. Now, Nico's had a big couple of weeks, but hopefully he'll start earning his keep from a broadcast standpoint very shortly. Here as we watch him down on the inside. Nicely done on Simon Francis. And up into position number 6 goes Paul Nichols. Now, hopefully he'll start earning his keep when he comes in to join me in co-commentary for the stock car race later. Nick, it's been a big couple of weeks for the man.
Yeah, I know he's just taking a bit of a back seat, letting some other people take over, because Nico gets very much involved in everything. As with all people, it does start to wear you out. So yeah, he's delegating some of that responsibility out as well.
Nothing like delegation. It's the best tool in your artillery. There's no doubt about that. Right. We watched Nico on the run down to turn 12 and 13, or 13 and 14, depending upon which map you look at, of course. as they head back onto the main straight one more time. So we're in the closing stages here. We're in the final half of the race. 17 minutes 40 on the clock so far. That makes it 12:15 to go as we tick past the 17 3/4 minute mark now. And a lot to be excited about. Don't forget stock car racing coming up as soon as we're done here. And then we'll follow that up with supercars for Stone Cold Racing from the same venue. Next week, all three to Phillip Island. The week after, the top and the tail to the Daytona Road Course. Now, I'm not sure whether that's the GT configuration or the stock car configuration. And, of course, the stock cars, they're heading to Mount Panorama. So Friday the 23rd will be the first of the off-branch weeks for the stock cars. From that point, they follow a completely different schedule to what you'll be seeing in the production cars and the supercars. So from week 5, 2 different circuits on a Friday night right here on SimShed Broadcasting for the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. Lap 10 about to be in the books. Brenton Hobson about to start lap 11 here. So we're heading for about 16, maybe 17 laps here as far as this race is concerned. And Hobson just in a league of his own at this point in time. 28 3/4 seconds clear of the pack. And, as I said earlier, not only could he pull up and have a cup of coffee and continue leading this race, he could actually throw in a couple of scones and a piece of rocky road as well. He is just in complete control.
He just did his fastest lap and the race's best lap on that last one, so he's not slowing down.
No, not at all. And not about to either, Nick. You know what he's like.
I just flicked over. I'm just watching separately on a separate screen here his Twitch, and he's just chatting away too. So it's a casual drive, it's a fast drive, and he's still pulling away from the rest of the field. So the rest of the field have some work to do.
See, this is the thing though, right? When you're as experienced as he is, multitasking doesn't seem that much of a challenge.
Well, that's it. Yeah, it's exposure over time, I guess. He just seems to be one of the better ones at it. Plus, he's been doing Twitch for quite a while, so
yep.
we got a bit of a battle here. Shane Witt. Who's that behind him?
Trucker Joe Baldwin, of course. The great man.
Couple cars
obviously got home early enough this afternoon. It's not even 5 o'clock in the west at the moment.
He might not have worked today. Joe is the lead car that has pitted, so I've got a feeling these guys might need to top up. There's only 4 cars that have pitted. Who knows? They may need to top up before the end of the race.
That being said as well, here's Ben Collard. What we should point out too, Nick, is there are a few cars that have already visited the pit lane for damage as well.
Yeah. All the stops are under 10 seconds, so I'm thinking they're all just topping up fuel. Getting a fast repair, and then get on with it.
Let's go around the grounds very quickly. First blood to Richmond in the semi-final against St Kilda. They lead 1-0, so 6 points to 0. And the NRL semi-final yet to kick off, but the Roosters and Raiders are on the field. So we'll keep you updated on the NRL and AFL semi-finals. Big Friday night of sport right here as you watch the sim broadcast, the sim racing from the circuit, the virtual circuit, Gilles Villeneuve in Montreal, Canada. Lap 12 in the books at the completion of this lap for Brenton Hobson. He'll have around 8 minutes to go. By my reckoning, when he's punching out 152s, it's going to be touch and go, Nick, and I mean split seconds between whether we get a 17th lap or whether this ends on 16. And it might also depend on whether he has to top up fuel, as you say, as well.
Oh, that's it. Someone's blown up just in front of Brenton Hobson here, I can see. Some smoke.
Hearing that might be Jonathan Turner.
For Brenton, though, if he does an extra lap, it's going to cut into his time for the stock car. So we'll see what happens.
Correct. Oh, no, here's Turner now. Round the outside and grass all the way. Oh, no.
He's locking that outside.
Tell you what, how the car behind him missed that?
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
and
geez,
have a look at that.
Put it there. Come on, man. Oh, man.
This is a replay shot for you, folks. This happened earlier. And when the car's grabbing like that, you're a passenger, really.
Unless it's Le Mans or a really lengthy circuit that's for a long race, I wouldn't bother.
Nah, exactly. Just get it
Okay.
back to the lane, park it, and that's it.
Turner and Tonif and Stark are in, so it looks like Stark might be. Well, no, and Tonif's the only one in now. So some more cars pitting. So yeah, I think you may just need a little top up towards the end there. You would be silly to take on tyres because they'll just cut into your time. We'll see where these guys all pan out. Joe Baldwin in 11th here is the first car to have pitted.
He's giving Shane Witt a big hurry up here.
Yeah, and he's doing 53s and Hobson just does another 52. So I see Brenton Hobson's in the green room. We won't bother him just yet. We'll get him straight afterwards. But yeah, he's going gangbusters at the front of the field there.
I reckon he's keen to come in and have a chat while he drives because he's that far out in front. He could just talk and it wouldn't affect him. Let's follow his progress.
Message.
Yeah, why not? Let's follow his progress. Nevertheless, there he is coming out of the hairpin at the end of the second sector there. On the run down the long chute, the casino straight here in Canada. On the run down to the chicane that leads to the Wall of Champions, and how many have collected that over the years. Brenton Hobson, let's ride on board with you in the commentary box, leading by half a minute. It's a foregone conclusion as far as I look at it, but I'm sure you're just pushing to get to the checkered flag, mate.
Yeah, that's right. Yep, just a few laps left to go here, and I figured I wouldn't get a chance to talk to you after the race, probably between this and the stock cars. So here I am.
That's true. Now, by my maths, you just went around at a minute 52. So because of where you've crossed the line, you've just done enough to not have to do a 17th lap. This will go 16 laps no further. Based on those numbers that we're getting into the commentary box, it's touch and go. It's only a couple of seconds, but you won't have to do a 17th lap. Is that good news for you, or do you not care at this point in time?
I don't really mind if we finish a lap earlier. It means we get to go into the other cars a lap quicker. Perhaps we might get a lap over there instead. So that could be a good thing.
Exactly right. This is a rare treat for you, ladies and gentlemen. This is Mike Raymond, John Bow-esque, Bathurst 89. We're talking to the winner before he takes the checkered flag. This is quite good stuff here. Obviously, it's disappointing for us from a show standpoint, Brenton, that Michael Hammond's not here giving you the hurry up, or Betty Snell's not here, but obviously real-world commitments sometimes get in the way of our fun. So what was the secret for you tonight? Because pretty much once you got past Rob Carmichael, who didn't mind shoving it down the inside of turn one, we might add, once you got rid of him, it's been smooth sailing, clear sailing, clear track, and you have not looked troubled.
Yeah, well, I missed a gear off the start, so
that explains
I got gobbled up there down into turn one, so that was a bit hairy going. But after that, yeah, pretty good smooth sailing.
Indeed it is. And we understand that you've been entertaining your Twitch audience as well. You've got foot cam and a few other things going on there at the moment.
Yeah, we're trying out a foot cam tonight for something a bit different. We'll see whether or not it sticks or not, but I think it's interesting for people to get an insight into what's going on with the feet. You know, you can see the inputs on the screen if you watch my streams, but it's not quite the same as actually seeing the foot doing what it does. So,
yep.
Yeah, a bit different.
While you're on the run home, mate, is this the night where we get to watch you complete the triple header, or are you missing one of these races tonight? What's going to happen?
The plan is 100% to do all of them. The stock cars are going to be a potential drama just because there's a bit of a Cal factor going on over there. The guys are freaking those things, so I think I'll need him to do something horribly wrong. If he does, and if we get up to speed quick enough, we might be capable of being the second best car on the track in those things. But there's a few guys in there with real pace. I mean, Trent's flying at the minute. My teammate Michael won't be making life easy. I assume he'll be in there tonight. So
yep.
If that all does happen, you know, it's a tough ask. But this is one of my favourite tracks. So if there's going to be a night to do it, and without Michael here and these things, there's probably my best chance yet to make all three wins tonight.
Exactly. Very nice to see that you'll be racing all three, of course. That didn't quite work out in week one, but you got 2 wins from 3 starts. From 2 starts in that instance and 1 non-start. You've got the real chance of the triple treat tonight, provided that Carl Watmore, as you say, does something to slip up. Let's watch you come into the last corner now. This should be... it's going to be touch and go, but no, you'll be right. This will be the start of the last lap. There's a minute 50 left on the clock now, and the lap times around here are a minute 52. So bring it home, mate. Nicely done tonight. What's the secret, while we've got you, to jumping out of this, jumping into a stock car, which is a completely different beast, and then jumping into a supercar, which is a completely different beast, and just hitting the marker straight away?
Yeah, well, the stock car's the hard one, because it's probably the one that's the most difficult to be the fastest in, but it's also when we get the least amount of laps in between sessions. I don't know, last week we were straight into a qualifying lap. We didn't even get a practice lap. I assume it'll be the same again here tonight. And if that's the case, it's a very hard thing to just get straight in a car so different and be fast. They go like a rocket. They're like a blur down the straight, and then you got to stop about 4 times earlier than these things to make the corner. And then you can't even dream about getting on the throttle until much later, you know. So it's a big ask to go quick in these and then go quick in a stock car, but the transition from the stock car to the supercar should be not too bad, especially because we'll have a bit of time in the qualifying session to get our feet. So we'll see.
Yeah, big news in pit lane. I'm getting a message on my timing screen here that says Peter Hunter and Tony De Rossi have visited the lane. They've obviously run short of fuel on the run home, and look who's climbed up into second. None other than Mr. Paul Nichols himself. He will be quite happy with himself at the end of this, provided that he's got enough fuel to hold on here on the last lap. Brenton, congratulations. This has been a smashing performance, dominant to watch. You're going to win this thing by almost a minute. The lead is 57 seconds. Let's watch the man drive into the last corner here. Chalk up one of a potential triple treat tonight. Last turn, checkered flag, ride the ripple strip. Drive past the wall of champions. That was simply brilliant. From Brenton Hobson, he wins production cars. Round 3 of the championship. Friday Night Motorsport at the circuit. Gilles Villeneuve in Montreal. Well done, mate. That was incredible to watch.
Yeah, thanks very much. Ran out of fuel coming out of the last chicane too. I knew we were going to be close. We had to save the whole race to make it. So, beautiful.
Now, have a look at this. We'll come back to you after the stock car, after the supercar race, Brenton. Well done, mate. Nicely done. Have a look at this. Simon Ferris all over the back of Paul Nichols now. This is the fight for second. It hasn't been a fight for second until the last lap. Nico's running out of fuel as well. Round the outside. Gasson in first to second. On the run down to turn 13 for the last time. Crunched up front end and everything. And he's going to steal second at the post.
Look back. Yep.
Unbelievable. Nico's going to be... unbelievably close to not making it. Round onto the main straight. Can you believe this?
He's going to lose
Ferris goes second. Hunter goes third. Francis goes fourth. And Nico is limping. Can he get to the line? He might lose out to Grant Gill yet, who's also run out of fuel. Oh, it's a fuel race in Montreal. Nico gets to the line in fifth. It should have been second. And then Tony De Rossi charges home to sixth, up 9 spots from where he started. Grant Gill 7th. So De Rossi got by Gill on the run to the line, but not by Nichols. Trucker Joe Baldwin into 8th. Ben Collard and Shane Witt. Geez, that race, we had nothing to talk about for 27 and a half minutes, Nick. That's why Brenton was able to just lap it up at the front of the field and just, pluck it into third on a Sunday cruise. Have a look at this. It's still going on. This is Rob Carmichael.
Push him as far as
and
you can.
Josh Thomas. Unbelievable. Rob Carmichael comes across the line in 12th. Thomas relegated to 13th. Turner and Antonio make up the 15th. And then James Wood 16th. Declan Reinhardt was 11th. I should point out, just behind Shane Witt there. As I said, Nick, that had nothing for 27 and a half minutes. We almost needed some caffeine to get the energy system pumping here. But finally... it exploded. It became a fuel race and a half. And the leader in all of that is with us in the commentary box here in just a moment. But Brenton Hobson, too good. 58.4 seconds in the end. Can you believe that for 30 minutes work?
And he was saving fuel, and he was setting fastest laps. So good on him.
Just extraordinary stuff. Nick, we'll let you go, mate. Check back in with us after the stock cars. Well done.
All right, catch you then.
Go well. Let's talk to Paul Nichols for the first time this evening. Nico, about time you're back on deck in the broadcast booth. Very good to have you back. And well done. You got a top 5 in the end, but bloody fuel again.
It could have been better. I was in. I thought I've got 1.4 litres of fuel left. I think I might make it, and I just made it. But anyway, I lost a couple of spots. Yep. Good fun, though. Cracking battle with Simon up the front there. It was really good fun.
Indeed, it was. We'll talk to you very shortly about stock cars and everything else, mate. We had Brenton Hobson in here to have a chat after, before he even took the checkered flag, before he goes and looks after stock cars, of course. That was a great amount of entertainment. We hope you enjoyed that wherever you're watching at home. Let's bring in Peter Hunter at this point in time. Pete, third in amongst all of that in the fuel race. You got lucky.
Mate, I tell you what, I feel like I've been a long-time watcher and, first-time caller, to be honest. So, I've tried pretty hard to get up to the top 3 of these things and had some pretty bad luck. But, yeah, that was interesting. I went through the pits, but still managed to pull a third. So,
indeed, no, you did a brilliant job. As we said, it became a fuel race. We wondered. Nick and I were asking the question maybe 10 minutes out from home. Hang on, there's a few guys going in and topping up fuel here. Is it going to be that tight? As it turned out, Nico ran out of fuel on the last lap. Grant Gill ran out of fuel on the last lap. Tony De Rossi was running second for a long time, but came back to finish 6th after topping up fuel. But you made it home. An extraordinary night at the office. And in the end, you were 3 seconds off Simon Ferris and 3 seconds ahead of Simon Francis. And Nico limped to the line after starting the last lap second. He limped to the line 9 seconds behind you.
Yeah. It was a bit of a classic one there with cars dropping off all over the show. So I think I finished with 0.2. So I think if I probably didn't drive through the pits, I might not have made it. But so it was a pretty tricky. I was talking to the team on Discord, and it was we were all trying to work out whether or not we could actually make it. But made it in the end without any gas. But probably should have got a second really. But that was a good fun race. Crazy start, but came together in the end.
Nico, crazy start, boring as bat crap middle, and then the end just exploded because of the fuel factor.
Yeah, absolutely. The start was a little bit hectic. I got down. I think I started P7 or P8, somewhere around there, and got turned around at some stage and was back down to the, 16th, 17th. I just put my head up. What is that? Head up, bum down, and get into it.
Yep, exactly right. Pete, obviously the thing about the production car series on a Friday night, what we love about it, we spice up the car mix. We had the Mazda MX-5 last week. We got the good old Ford Mustang this week. What'd you make of the car and circuit combination tonight?
Yeah, it was pretty good. I think you're right. The middle of the race was kind of like watching snails a little bit, and I figured it would be pretty boring for you guys, broadcast-wise. But
pushing it uphill, mate, like you wouldn't believe.
Yeah, but it's a good car track combo. It's particularly with the H pattern. It's it's good to get into the H pattern cars and gives you another factor and something else to do. So I think it was a really good combo actually.
Indeed, it was. Thoughts on going forward, Nico? Do we have the same car track? Oh, sorry. Do we have the same car for next week? Obviously, we've changed to Phillip Island.
Yep, definitely same car. I'm just having a look now.
All right.
We are going to Phillip Island. Yeah, so same car, Phillip Island. Great combination as well.
Yep. Your thoughts on that, Pete? Before we let you go, mate.
Yeah, that'll be the same. I think it'll be tricky the first couple of laps with tyres and people probably flying off the track. But once it warms up, that'll be a great race because plenty of good places to battle it, particularly in these things. So that'll be a really good round. So looking forward to that one.
As you mentioned at the top, long time follower, first time caller. Where else will we see you racing, tearing it up at the Gentleman Sim Racing Club over the course of next week, mate? Are you busy?
Oh yeah, I'll definitely get into the GT3s and try and get a little further up the field in those in the coming weeks and get a bit more practice in and keep going with the Porsche Cup. But they're my mainstays. So and this is just a really good series with a good bunch of blokes. So it's good racing.
Indeed, it is. All right, mate. Thank you for stopping by to have a chat to us. Please do so more often. Well done.
Thanks, mate. Bye.
Paul Nichols. We now turn our attention to the stock cars. which, if the last lap is anything like what the last lap of the Mustang race was, we'll be in for a treat.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have fuel strategy and a random safety car at some stage during the race. So it certainly will spice it up for sure.
Exactly, mate. As I said at the during the call while you were sitting in another channel, good to have you back on deck, earning your keep in the commentary box. It has been very quiet in here without you in the last couple of weeks, and obviously we're looking forward to the race ahead, and then of course supercars at the end of this race as well. Pictures coming in very shortly from the circuit Gilles Villeneuve in Montreal, Canada once more. Of course, we turn our attention from production cars to stock cars. And before anyone asks at home, we should answer this question. Why do you not see the circuit while we're going between races? What goes on there? Well, the simple thing is, as much as we'd love to treat it like a V8 supercar event or a supercar event where the support categories just roll out on the same bill, this isn't the case. iRacing doesn't work that way. It's not that clever. So we have to jump out of one server, jump into another, and we'll rock and roll with some pictures from the circuit Gilles Villeneuve Montreal for you very, very shortly. Cal Watmore, the man to beat at the moment, Paul, and that's not really a surprise to anybody. Geez, he redeemed himself last week after a disappointing opening round.
Yeah, he's certainly form of the field at the moment. So, some great drivers up the top there. Brenton, obviously one of those. It's going to be an interesting race, actually. I mean, we raced here last season, I believe, from memory.
If not last season, definitely the season before. In fact, I've got a feeling that it's all 3 seasons that we've been there. So I've just got pictures coming in now. There's not a huge field tonight, but we are in the closing stages of the practice session here. It's 110 minutes for practice for these guys, and then 10 minutes of qualifying to 1 lap sole qualifying. So that'll be interesting to see how everyone fares there. The field tonight: Michael Schreier, Trent Lavis, Jackson Rayhana, Bevan Moyes, Troy Cox, Nick, of course, Adam Lavis, Kester Ward, Trucker Joe Baldwin, Glenn Cito Riddell, then Peter Matson, Josh Thomas, Brenton Hobson, and Carl Watmore. So what's that? 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13, 14 cars in the server tonight, which is a lot better than how it was looking about 5 minutes ago. It was in single digits, so a lot of drivers coming late to the party. And as we've already detailed, Nico, and don't wind me up, it's been one of those weeks. This is another issue triggered by the ongoing nonsense that is time zones and the fact that we've now got 5 instead of 3. The Western Australian contingent are a little bit put out by the fact that everything starts before they get home from work now. The Queensland contingent, we saw Jackson Rayhana nearly missed the grid the other night for the Porsche race because he was running late home.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, that's and we also have New Zealand to consider as well. So,
correct.
Yeah, it's very hard to suit everyone. Obviously, the East Coast, obviously the most populated. We have more members from the East Coast, but we try and even it up, and obviously for the broadcast as well to make it. I mean, if we had a race starting at 6, you'd have to be on air at 5. So, not appropriate. Push it back a bit and help you guys out.
Yeah, I was going to say not appropriate in the sense that there's certain language that can't be spoken at that time of the afternoon.
Correct, yeah.
Now, let's update you on a few other things as far as sport is concerned. In the NRL, of course, it's a rematch of last year's grand final for the first semi-final. It's the Canberra Raiders against the Sydney Roosters at the Sydney Cricket Ground. The Raiders have the early lead, 6 points to 0 right there. Of course, you can watch that on 9. You can watch it on Fox around Australia. And 9Gem for those of you in the AFL states. And speaking of the AFL, Richmond out to an early lead here, going along nicely. 31-8, if you don't mind. 5-1 plays 1-2 in the opening quarter. Richmond completely hammering St Kilda in the opening quarter at Metricon Stadium. Again, you can watch it on 7, 7, 8, depending upon where you are, and also on the Fox Footy Network around Australia. So plenty to look forward to on a Friday night. Formula One practice just getting underway. The Eiffel Grand Prix. See, this is the thing, right? And this is another one of my pet peeves, and there are a few of them of late, Nico, as you know. It's the bloody German Grand Prix. And they've gone and just given it this weird name based on the region, not the country. When did we go from not calling a national Grand Prix by its country name to calling it a state or a region name like this? Like in 20 years' time, when everyone says name the weird names of Grand Prix that were staged as a result of COVID in the 2020 season. No one's going to remember Emilia Romagna. No one's going to remember Eiffel. No one's going to, it's just rubbish. But at the moment, I'm pleased to tell you that there is no track activity at the Nürburgring whatsoever. There's low-lying fog. There's a fair bit of rain around. And there's drivers that are just talking to the media at the moment. There's no track activity there at this point in time. Practice 1 is underway, however. Now, checkered flag for practice. So let's get stuck into qualifying very shortly for you here. Now, tonight's race is 24 laps in length. Nick has 25 laps, I should say. Nick has just sent me through the details here. 25 laps and 13 laps on a tank. So that's going to give us probably just the one-stop race here. 35.4 litre tank. 2.75 litres a lap is the fuel burn. It's a 25 lap race is what we're looking at right here. And yeah, I'll be interested to see how all that plays out very shortly. One safety car, one random safety car between laps 5 and 15 for you. So pay attention to that fine detail. Just getting word through from Germany that there'll be no track activity until at least the bottom of the hour due to the ongoing weather situation. There'll be a further update provided at 11:30 local time, which is, of course, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 if you're stuck in the 19th century state of Queensland, like I am, regrettably. And that means that we can turn our attention without fear of missing anything at the Nürburgring to what's happening here in stock car land at this point in time. I'll give you an update on the championship in just a moment as I sit here and work out which feed I want on the main screen, whether it's the AFL or the NRL. I've gone the NRL because things are looking good there. Actually, an update from the NRL for you. Canberra now leading 12 points to 0. And as someone that doesn't want the Roosters winning 3 premierships in a row, I'm all for that. Keep playing well, Canberra. Good stuff. Not that I want bias or anything else to creep into the broadcast on a Friday night, but still, it's footy finals. We all get passionate about that. Now, the stock cars, as we bring it back to the Gentleman Sim Racing Club, we should remind you, as you see at the top of the screen there, we're here with thanks to the great people at Central Coast Subaru, LJ Hooker Gaindar, Racecraft, Flash Graphics, Oculair, and Simple Sim Computers. The point standings in the Stock Car Championship at the end of round 2, which of course was held last week at Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, the Great Road America Circuit. Let's have a look at how this unfolds. Michael Schreier on 62 points is the points leader, from Trent Lavis on 57, Cal Watmore 55, 47 for Michael Cracknell, 45 for Adam Lavis, and 37 for Kester Ward, 30 for Brenton Hobson. He's in 7th. Of course, after missing the opening round, don't worry about that, because once countback comes into play and the worst 2 rounds for each driver is dropped, that'll erase itself. That'll sort itself out. Ben Jackson Rayhana on 23, had a DNF last week. Geez, he'll be looking to bounce back from that. Brad Clank is 9th, tied with Dennis Gaderick on 21 points. And Daniel Ackland is in 11th place, tied with Bevan Moyes on 19 points. So 21-19 there, just a 2-point gap between being inside and outside the top 10. Todd Parks, Julie Muckey, and then, of course, Nico Pop making up the top 14 there, or the top 15 rather, I should say. Nick's on 16 points, having missed the first round as well. Triple header Friday Night Motorsport, Gentleman Sim Racing Club on SimShed Broadcasting. Great to have your company. This is the sole lap qualifying session right here, right now. That's the problem for these guys. It's a huge problem, in fact. Normally they have 2-lap quali, but it all hinges on 1 lap this time round. That can't be easy. Jackson Rayhana sets the benchmark, 139.89. There is Cal Watmore. Watmore should go to the top and does. 138.5. He's 1.3 seconds ahead of Rayhana. Let's have a look at Hobson, though. He's on a purple sector. He's into the final 2 corners. Rides a lot of curb coming out of turn 14. Rides it down the main straight. Hugs the inside of the circuit. Can he do anything to get in the way of Cal Watmore? Trent Lavis goes second. Hobson to the top. Have a look at that. 1:38.56 for both Hobson and Watmore. And Schreier goes to the line now as well, and he slots into fourth. Hobson has unbelievably gone over the top of Cal Watmore for pole position here. 2 thousandths of a second. What about that for a pole race? Marvellous stuff. Oh, unbelievable. Brenton Hobson was only talking to us earlier in the Mustang race, in the production car race, that he absolutely towered up the competition in, I might add, by almost a minute. And I'm going to get to Paul Nichols on that in just a moment, who rejoins me here in commentary. He's have you just gone and topped up the wine bottle there, Nico?
I did it a pit stop and a refuel, yes.
So yes is the short answer to that question. Very nice. Brenton Hobson was saying, I've got to do something to try and stop Cal Watmore. Well, he's beaten the pole position by 2 thousandths of a second. That is extraordinary from Brenton Hobson. I mean, yeah, it's astonishing. To put simply,
what's 2 1,000ths of a second in meters? Be like half a meter, maybe.
It wouldn't even be that. A 16th of an inch, we're being told. I mean, that's
there
just...
you go. Wow.
Yeah, wow. That's incredible. Now, let's have a look at the running order. Hobson, Watmore, Lavis, Schreier, then Adam Lavis, Nico Pop, Jackson Ray Hunter, Glenn Riddell, Trucker Joe Baldwin, Ben Kester Ward, Bevan Moyes, Troy Cox, Pete Matson, Josh Thomas yet to set a time. Nico, we've seen a lot of dominant performances in recent weeks, particularly from Dennis Gaderick and Brenton Hobson, but tonight was something else. 58 seconds ahead of the competition, fuel saved all the way and still won by nearly a minute. It was just extraordinary to watch.
Yeah, I was doing some practice today, and I was doing 53, well, high 53s, and then I jump in the server, and almost done a 51.8 or something. Like, what?
Yep. He was in the league with his.
Oh, absolutely. He's an amazing driver. I think the way he approaches the chicanes around here, I think he's gaining probably half a second over all of us. I'm not sure what he's doing, but I'll definitely have a look at it on the replay and just work out what he's doing with the chicanes.
It would be a secret to the mastery of the art. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Supercars still to come tonight for you, ladies and gentlemen. Here's Cal Watmore on another lap. Of course, these guys have already clocked their qualifying lap. It's a 10-minute one-lap flyer. So therefore, essentially, what these guys are now doing is using what's left of the track time to get more practice in. And that's not a bad idea, Nico, because basically at the end of this, you get a fresh refresh on the screen there, a reset. You go back to the lane, you top it up on fuel, you put a fresh set of tyres on, you get back on the grid and we go racing.
Yeah, absolutely. We spend as much time out here as you can. Obviously, it's only a one-lap flyer, so I think it's a 10-minute quality session. So you could probably 2.5 to go. Yep, yeah, correct. So you probably fit 3 or 4 laps in, maybe. So good time to do a bit of practice for the guys that have jumped out of the production car straight in here.
I just find it astonishing that, Watmore, the form-man in the stock cars, didn't go bang right on the nose there on the first lap. He must have left a little bit at home there, because Brenton Hobson's topped him by 2 thousandths of a second. It's the closest pole margin in the Stockcar Series thus far by some margin, and it'll be interesting to see whether Hobson can lead the early laps here and whether Watmore decides to... There'll be a strategic play to watch here, Nico, whether Watmore wants to sit in behind and follow Hobson or whether he wants to lead from the front.
Yeah, absolutely. You can obviously save quite a bit of fuel sitting in behind as well, so you can lift off coming into the chicane area here. So, yeah, that may be the strategy. It'd be interesting to see how they both play. Hobbo is obviously the master of fuel strategy.
Exactly right. He's proven that already tonight. So, good to have your company wherever you're tuning in, be it over there in Western Australia, where it doesn't matter because you're already 2 hours behind, so what's one more? Good to have you company for those of you joining us in the Northern Territory as well. So to South Australia, Tasmania, Victoria, New South Wales and the ACT, those last 5 states, of course, and 4 states in the Territory, the intelligent parts of the country. And up here in illogically, uneconomically friendly Queensland, it's good to have you company in the year 1908. As Friday Night Motorsport continues for SimShed Broadcasting. Here's Brenton Hobson now. He'll be pinching himself, Nico. He will not believe that he's managed to pip Cal Watmore for pole here.
Yeah, I mean, incredibly. I mean, what have we got? Four in 38 with under 39, well, 139. So four very close to each other. Probably what's that? 0.3 of a second to top four.
Random safety car tonight between laps 5 and 15. You want to give us any idea of when we'll expect that, Nico, or do you want it to be a surprise?
That's why it's called random, Zach.
Yes, okay. Like that isn't pre-planned by you, like behind the scenes as well. Looking forward to this.
I'm actually punching in a random calculator right now as we speak.
That's a good idea. Yeah, very good. All right. Hey, update from the NRL. You're going to love this if you're a Green Machine supporter, and the rest of the competition is going to be a little bit worried watching this right now. The Raiders on a charge, leading 16-0. Roosters in attacking position, 20 metres out from the line at the moment, trying to get on the board, but struggling to say the very least. Canberra in complete control at the Sydney Cricket Ground. Right now, of course, they did win the previous match between the pair at that venue, so that's well worth noting. Here's the grid. Gentlemen Sim Racing Club, Stockcar Series, Friday Night Motorsport. Brenton Hobson and Cal Watmore the front row. Trent Lavis on the second row alongside Brenton Hobson's teammate Michael Schreier. Third row, Adam Lavis and Nico Pop. Fourth row, Jackson Rayhana and Glenn Cito Riddell. Fifth row, Bevan Moyes and trucker Joe Baldwin. Sixth row, Kirsta Ward and Troy Cox. Seventh row, Pete Matson and Josh Thomas. Now, there is a rule in place. If you don't set a time in qualifying, you start from pit lane. So, by my count, there's 3 cars starting from pit lane here. Troy Cox, Peter Matson, Josh Thomas. I didn't see them clock a time there. It's not showing up on our sheet, so I would hazard a guess that they'll be burning from the stern. There are just 11 cars on the grid there, so that's good to see. The field moves away. Well, it's not good to see. We'd like to see more cars on a Friday night, don't get me wrong. It's good to see that the regulation is going to be adhered to here by those in the pit lane. 25 laps the journey, 1 hour of racing, random safety car, only one of them, between lap 5 and 15. There'll be no there'll be no yellow flag in the first 5 laps, none in the last 10. And it's all a game of strategy. It's Brenton Hobson and Cal Watmore. Hobbo getting the bonus points for pole position tonight. Who can walk away with bonus points for a clean race and indeed the race fastest lap? Who can win the thing? Will there be 3 different winners in as many weeks to start the season? Will Trent Lavis spring another surprise? Will Cal Watmore dominate again? Let's wait and find out. Round 3 of the Stockcar Series, and Watmore in the grass already as we get underway at the circuit. Jill Villeneuve in Montreal, and Trent Lavis immediately to second. Watmore bogging it down at the start. He clipped the grass on the run down to the line, and that might put play to his clean race before it even gets going here. Hobson leads him through, then Lavis. Michael Schreier's in behind Cal Watmore at the moment, giving him a hurry up. Nicely done. Everybody safely away here. We ride on board with Michael Schreier. On our way through for the first time. Lap 1 of 25. Don't worry about the clock at your top of the screen. It's a 25-lap race, this one. The pole time was 1:38.556 for Brenton Hobson as they make their way onto the back straight for the first time. Watmore already losing a spot. Schreier muscling and hustling and battling with the wheel through turn 7. What a start in Montreal. And by the way, just an update, if you're hoping to see any Formula 1 action anytime soon, forget about it. There are spectators on deck at the Eiffel Grand Prix that's being referred to this weekend. But, track activity is not underway in practice. The clock ticking, but there's nothing happening with rather atrocious conditions there. Fog and rain. It's just really ugly for Formula 1 at this point in time, but they were expecting that, so it's no real surprise. Down the back straight, the Casino Straight for the first time. We ride on board with Trent Lavis following Brenton Hobson here. Now the gap back to Cal Watmore, then Michael Schreier is well worth noting. Geez, didn't Lavis ride the curbs there through turn 13 and 14 back onto the main straight. 1 in the book, 24 to go at the circuit Jill Villeneuve.
Yeah, Trent did really well through the chicane there. Gained a lot of time, actually. He's closing in on Hobbo here.
He certainly is. And I'll tell you what, the big loser at the start, that man right there, Cal Watmore.
Yeah, he jumped at the start. Trent's done a really good job so far, and he's putting some pressure on Hobbo.
Indeed he is. And Michael Strayer is applying the blowtorch to Carl Watmore here as well. I just heard car going into the wall in my sound piece, in my earpiece here, so I dare say...
Trent just whacked the wall. Yeah.
Yep, so Trent Lavis has clipped the wall. That'll allow Brenton Hobson to skip clear a couple of car lengths. Now, this is interesting too. You can't afford to let Hobbo get away because when he gets a lead, he holds onto it and he marches. So if you're Carl Watmore, you want to make light work of Trent Lavis here. But if you're Trent Lavis, do you make life difficult for your teammate or do you let him through? That's the sort of tactical play that we've got to let these guys sort out over the next short while. And let's not forget about the bloke that we're riding on board with here in Michael Strayer. He's all over the back of Carl Watmore at the moment. We'll wait and see what unfolds here as they head down the back straight one more time. And Strayer's been, as I said last week, Paul, he's been the big improvement in the stock cars over the last 10 or 11 weeks of competition. Constantly fighting for the podium places at the back end of the race and now at the start as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Big improvement for the season so far, and I think he showed his form in GT3s as well. He's been in quite a few of the classes, and he's certainly one of the form drivers. And also Jackson as well done very well, so he's moving up through the field.
Indeed, he is. Rayhana up a couple of spots already, up into position number 5. So Hobson, Lavis, Watmore, then Strayer, then Rayhana, then Adam Lavis, then Glenn Cedar, Riddell and Bevan is the top 8 right here. Castor Ward up to 9th. We just have the 11 starters here. No Troy Cox, no Pete Matson, no Josh Thomas. Trucker Joe Baldwin sitting well down the order in the last position of the running field at this point in time. And in fact, he won't go any further than that because I've already got a message here saying he's manually disconnected, Paul. So he was the last of the runners, and now there were 10.
He might have had a technical issue, I'd say, or might have just pulled the pin, spat the dummy.
We've all done that. We're actually standing by for a technical issue here in Ipswich as well because there are storms on the horizon tonight. So
yeah, okay.
If we drop out at any point, you know what's happened. So we shall wait and see. And it's not even something I can blame on daylight saving, that one, unfortunately. I'd love to be able to, but I can't. The old storms just happen where they happen.
Doesn't daylight saving called thunderstorms?
No, apparently not. Mate, I'm doing all the research I can to try and throw out all the possible arguments for it rather than against it. Unfortunately, thunderstorms just doesn't fit into the equation. Across the line we go. It's Brenton Hobson leading the way. Although that being said, if this wasn't a live broadcast and you were just watching something on television that would be seen an hour earlier if you had daylight saving, it'd be a case of, yep, the storm would have happened an hour later if the clocks were wound forward, so therefore I would have seen this television program. Now, we're going to have a look at a replay here from courtesy of Stockcar Road Racing. This is Kester Ward having a little bit of a moment towards the Wall of Champions here. Actually, make it a big moment. And he didn't get the wall, but he's ridden over the top of the rumble strip there and rejoined, but lost a place in the process to our own Nico Pop.
He's done well to not hit the wall there. If you hit the wall pretty hard,
he's done very well.
And probably race over, really.
Now on that subject, didn't have a look at this at the top of the broadcast. Incident count every 20x and then every 10x after that. Fast repair limit of 3. Track conditions set to the 15th of May for some reason. We got to the 9th of October earlier today. It's the 15th of May. It's 4:35 in the afternoon. So what does that make it? It makes it about 6:35 Eastern Standard. So very much in the future here. In the past as far as the sim date is concerned. Track partly cloudy, 20 degrees the ambient, and the track 29 degrees. I apologise. I didn't actually give you that information during the production car race. Not that it mattered, because Brenton Hobson absolutely smoked them. The pace car speed here, 97 kilometres an hour, and the pit lane speed, 64 kilometres an hour, should we need to use either of those. Of course, the pace car, there will be one of those in this race. 21 laps to go. 4 in the book here. And Paul Nichols, it's interesting to see Carl Watmore just closing in on Trent Lavis, but not making too much of an inroad, nor is Lavis on Brenton Hobson ahead.
Yeah, Brenton's got a 1.5 second gap at the moment. So, look, I think Trent and Cal are probably just biding their time, saving fuel. I mean, you can win this race in the pit stop. So I'm thinking they're just going to take their time and save some fuel, have a shorter pit stop, and hopefully get out in front.
Indeed, that is the case. So we ride on board with Trent Lavis now. He's a busy boy tomorrow, of course, calling the shots for the skid control entry in the Willowbank 300 here at Queensland Raceway. Don't blame me for the fact that you've got no commentary to go with your spectator experience there tomorrow, by the way. I may or may not have been a little bit subtle as the sledgehammer, that is, in sticking the boot in about that fact in the race preview that went up on the website earlier today, but that's for them to worry about at a later point in time. Trent Lavis, riding on board with him, looking back towards Cal Watmore. They make their way down the casino straight now from turn 10. That'll take them through 11, the kink through 12, and then that long back straight. They're hard on the throttle from this point all the way down to the braking zone, right down there near that tyre wall on the run down towards turn 13 and 14, the Wall of Champions. This will be the end of lap 5, and Brenton Hobson's led every lap so far. Bit hard to call this one, Nico, because we know stock car racing. It's not won until that last 10 laps after everyone's fueled up, after we've got that caution out of the road. We're a while away from knowing who's going to be the one to beat here. And what's more interesting, Nick sent the fuel numbers through. We read them out earlier. If you run the tank to empty, it's a one-stop race. So depending upon where that safety car falls and knowing the tank capacity, which I should have up on my screen, but I don't. So just to remind everybody, Nick sent it through to us earlier. He reckons you can get 13 laps on a tank. So that's a 13-lap stint and a 12-lap stint. So chances are, if that competition caution is going to get thrown around lap 10, there'll be a lot of guys that will come in on lap 11 and then just save that lap of fuel to get them to lap 12, in which case 13 laps they're home. So there's a little bit of a strategy play has been brought out of this race tonight, potentially.
Yeah, absolutely. We see it every Friday night with the stock cars. Strategy is really important. At the moment, obviously, he's just pulling the lead a bit. He's got about a 1.6 second gap at the moment. So, yeah, and also tyre wear as well. So it'd be interesting to see what the guys do with tyres, whether they do maybe left-hand side, maybe all four, or just fronts, or just rears. So,
indeed, there is Bevan Moyes on your screen right now, and I'm looking at his profile picture there, as is everyone else around Australia. Paul Nichols. My immediate thought is the big old Tonka trucks, right? So there's a game out of the PS4 called Wreckfest, and if you get behind the big rig, which is exactly what that is on your screen there, you can cause all sorts of carnage.
I'm trying to work out whether that's a Peterbilt or a Kenwood. I think it might be a Peterbilt, which is an American truck. Obviously the Kenwood, but just from the front grille.
It's an impressive build, no matter the case.
Nice, yeah.
Absolutely. Oh no! Round goes Cito Riddell. Round goes Glenn. He did that all on his own, I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
That was position number 8, of course, that he slipped back to now. Bevan Moyes gets by. Not sure what's happened to Nick here tonight, but Riddell's actually just jumped out and gone back to the pit lane. So he's either going to fast repair it or eject from the server. I'm not sure. He might just pull the pin.
Yep.
Just rage quit, as Trent Lavis would call it. I think he's going to join us for the supercar race a little bit later on as Trent Lavis. So looking forward to that.
And then there were 10. Is that right? Well, then were the 9, actually.
Then there were 9, yeah.
Cito's gone, yeah.
Yeah, Cito's just, it's just popped up on my server, has manually disconnected, so we're down to 9, which means we probably, means we need 2 competition cautions to spice this up. However, this front 3, I should say, Paul, because they're getting nice and close now, so Hobbo's under a little bit of pressure from Trent Lavis here. So whatever the issue for Lavis there in the early laps, not a lot of damage from that, which is good for him. And good for the race, because wherever he's sandwiched between Hobbo and Watmore, this remains a 3-horse race.
Yeah, absolutely. He's caught up about over us. He was at 1.5 behind last time around. He's only 0.4 behind now. He's going for a move. Oh, Hobbo's outbraked himself.
Oh, wow. Oh no, he's into Lavis. Hobson and Lavis have come together.
Right,
Lavis was
readdressed.
So Lavis has the readdress there. Watmore's now up on the inside of Hobson, and all of a sudden all hell breaks loose in Montreal. And that means that Trent Lavis, he set that up nicely, Paul Nichols. If we can get a replay, I'd love to have another look at it. But Lavis has got himself to the race lead here with a nice little bit of driving down the main straight. Have a look at this on replay. From Trent Lavis's view, down the inside, under brakes. Hobbo went a little bit deep. Lavis by that point had pulled out of it. He said, I won't be able to get down the inside cleanly here. But Hobbo went deep, knowing that Lavis was there. Pressure will do that to you sometimes. Locks it up. Lavis says, thank you very much. I'll go up the outside. That was going to compromise his run through turn 2 anyway. And netcode. Have a look at that. That's not even...
It's probably
that isn't even contact. That's netcode. I mean, how many times have you seen that? So Lavis gets the spin, the Hobbo goes back up the inside, then readdresses, and then Lavis holds onto the lead, all for netcode. Now, it's interesting too, because if Hobbo had been able to pull that off, he would have been on the inside for turn 3, and Lavis would have been on the outside. And now, Watmore on the outside, can't get the job done, but he's put all sorts of pressure on Brenton Hobson now. Watmore will know, Paul, it's not so much Hobson he's got to worry about now. It's Lavis up in front, because Lavis has pulled 5 car lengths clear here.
Yeah, already, which is, I don't know whether Hobson's just kind of resetting himself. Might have been a little bit stirred up by that incident. But yeah, look, who knows? Look, a long way to go.
So into turn 3 again. And you're right, there is a very long way to go here. The scroll, the totem at the top of the screen will tell the story for you. 17 laps still to run here. We're only 14 minutes into the race. It's Lavis from Hobson, then Watmore. They've gapped Michael Schreier. Again, don't be too worried about that, because Schreier will come back into it in the closing stages. Thanks again to that competition caution. So he's the first to jump. So, Kester Ward in the lane. Now that's interesting, because
early, isn't it? Yeah.
It's very early. It has to be a fast repair or something.
Can't see any damage on his car, so he might have a strategy pit lap 9 and think about safety car period. We're going to have maybe 3 laps under safety car, so he might think
even then, I don't think that's going to be enough to be able to save the 4 laps.
True, yeah.
Again, as you say, 3 lap safety car period. Even then, you're going to burn at least one of those laps, aren't you? So maybe he's thinking 2-stop. Maybe he's thinking top up under the safety car. What more? Down the inside, and beautifully done on Brenton Hobson.
Great move.
Now they're still side by side down the main straight. Hobson, if he can draw up alongside Watmore, on the inside for turn 1, but no, Watmore has him covered. Watmore has Hobson covered. Hobson did all he could for as long as he could to stay up on the inside of Watmore there and hold the position. But unfortunately, the man that led this race from the outset is now sitting back in 3rd place, and that is on lap number 10 of this race. Actually, make that lap 16, I was right, yep. So 16 to go, lap 10 we are. And it is Jackson Rayhana on your screen right now there, folks, sitting in position number 5. Trent Lavis, the leader car. Watmore now 2nd. Brenton Hobson 3rd. 4th is Michael Schreier, then Jackson Rayhana. Now it's an interesting battle, because we now get a chance to see if Watmore's got what it takes. Well, it's not even really a question, is it, Paul Nichols, to catch Trent Lavis?
Well, I think proof's in the pudding. He's done it so many times before. He's certainly the class of the field. I mean, all these guys in the top 4, top 5, they're fantastic drivers. To be able to muscle these cars around this circuit, they're really not designed for this circuit, are they? They don't brake too well, and they don't want to turn too well. But yeah, awesome driving.
So we're past that 5 lap period where we can't have a caution at the start of the race. So we're now in the window. We will get a random caution here at some point, folks.
Yeah, correct. Windows open.
And this is the thing. If we get 3 more laps down the road, the strategy player goes out of it, because everyone will make it home. If it falls this lap, next lap, then you start to think about fuel saving and get home that way. It'll be interesting to see how it all plays out. Then go to the other end of the spectrum. it's 15 laps to go, so that's 10 in the book, 11 this is lap 11 now. Another 2 laps there on the critical number in terms of fuel. So if the safety car isn't coming out till 14 or 15, which is the last 2 laps that can possibly be thrown, then we get an issue where it does all of a sudden become a one-stop race before the safety car, and all sorts of ramifications stem from that. So it just got interesting all of a sudden, Paul Nichols.
Yeah, I think what you're just saying then, Zach, very interesting. Very interesting.
All right, I'm going to take that. I'm going to take that as reading between the lines here and say that we won't be far off getting that caution. 15 laps to go. Trent Lavis, the leader. He's 0.8 of a second clear of Cal Watmore. They make their way down to to turn number 10 now, I should say. And look at how close Watmore is getting to Trent Lavis. So, Paul, big weekend for the club, obviously, with the charity enduro at Le Mans tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. So Radicals, charity enduro. I'm not sure how many teams are going to turn up, but it should be a good field, actually. Last enduro, we had the charity enduro. We had, Cal's in the pits.
Hey, Cal Watmore in the lane. Brenton Hobson went in with him. Now, that's interesting, because it's only lap 11. Now we go on to lap 12. The critical number by our numbers that Nick gave us was 13. And all these cars coming in right now. So that eradicates what we were saying earlier about this being a fuel race to the safety car, because these guys have jumped before. Now it's a question of, do you double up under the safety car and take on 4 tyres? Because they'll only take on 2 now. 4's too costly. They'll take 4 on under the safety car, but then the fuel number is null and void, I would think, Paul.
Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah, it might all come down to tyres.
Because at this point in time, they can soldier on for 14 laps here, and they'll easily save enough under the safety car to get home on 14, based on what we're hearing from the numbers that Nick's given us, based on how we're reading that. And Trent Lavis has all of a sudden got a free jump.
I was surprised that Hobbo and his teammates, Cal and who else went in there as well? Michael Schrader as well, pitted.
Indeed.
Wouldn't surprise me that Trent comes in, I'd say.
Yes, well, this is true too. Because he's going to go the overcut and everyone else has gone the undercut. And look how close Brenton Hobson's come out to the tail of Cal Watmore as well. So Hobson gained a little bit of time in that stop.
Trent's in.
Not much. Trent Lavis in the lane now. 14 to go. Everyone coming in at least once before the safety car as far as that pointy end of town is concerned. Live timing tells us that we've had Kester Ward come in, Jackson Rayhana, Michael Schreier, Brenton Hobson, Cal Watmore, Adam Lavis and Trent Lavis both in the lane this lap. So too Bevan Moyes. Nick's sitting there in 6th, and he hasn't stopped yet because he's running to his numbers. This is the end of lap 12. He knows he can go to 13. I want to see, does he get into the lane that time round? Yes, he does. So Nick goes in on 12. And we've got 13 to go. Well, this all of a sudden, you can't take your eyes off the stock cars at a Friday night. You certainly can't.
Trent's came out behind Cal and Brenton.
Righty out, Cal Watmore. Now that's interesting too. Trent Lavis has lost time by going a lap longer. Cal Watmore re-inherits the lead of this car race. Brenton Hobson second, so order somewhat restored. Because that's exactly how it stood before the pit stops. And what's going to be interesting is the run home and how everyone plays the fuel race.
I didn't see how many tyres Trent put on. He might have a tyre advantage at the end here. I'd say that may be why he's been in there a bit longer.
Well, actually, there's the other thing too, Nico. Did he take the plunge of fueling up now, putting fresh tyres on now, so that he doesn't have to stop under the caution? We are getting perilously close to that caution being thrown. We have 13 laps to go. It's got to fly on either 12 or 11 to go, because once we get to that lap 16 number, it can't be thrown. The last 10 laps run caution free. I'm waiting for that light at the top of the screen there. That green box to turn yellow, folks. That's when we know the caution will be thrown here. There is Adam Lavis doing a nice job at the moment, sitting down in position number 6, I should say. And Jackson Rayhana is just ahead of him on the track at this point. He's being followed by Bevan Moyes. This is a good run from Adam Lavis. 12 laps to go. That's the critical number. 13-12, 12-13. We're past that now. It's lap 14 of the car race. Lap 14 of the car race. Jackson Rayhana, there he is on your screen. Caution is out. Yellow flag thrown. Safety car on the circuit with 12 laps to go. Lap 14 the number. Wow. So not only was it an even number, it was as close as you could get to being thrown at the end of this 5 to 15 window that we spoke of at the top of the program.
Yeah, that's the random calculator. I put a number in between 5 and 15, and 14 popped out, so that was the number.
Wow. And that just made things really interesting here, Paul.
Absolutely. Bring the field back together. Anyone in the top 9, really, when you think about it. I think everyone should get home. I don't know about Kester, though, because Kester stopped very early, so...
Well, this is right. I think Kester comes in and tops up regardless. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if maybe a couple of others come in and just do a quick top up, because then that'll enable them to burn a little bit extra fuel, go a little bit harder in that closing stages, and that's something we've got to take into consideration as well, the potential there.
So, what's happening in the footy, Zach? What's going on?
Rightio, actually, let's do that. Why not? Sorry, I've got messages coming in about real world motorsport. I'm talking about sim motorsport, and I'm trying to keep an eye on the footy as well. There's a lot going on a big Friday night. Updating you firstly, as we go around the grounds, Formula 1, German Grand Prix, Eiffel Grand Prix. That's rubbish, that is. There's nothing going on circuit there at the Nürburgring at this point in time. They're talking to Sebastian Vettel, so... As far as Formula 1's concerned, forget about practice 1. She's going to be right off. And practice 2 comes up at, that would be 11 p.m. Queensland time and midnight Eastern Daylight Time tonight. 37 minutes left in this session, but there has been no on-track activity at this point. Going to the NRL, we are... at half-time, and I can tell you that it's the Raiders 16 leading the Roosters 6 in the AFL, the first semi-final there, and all we can tell you at the moment is that St Kilda are being left behind here. They're 31 points down. We're almost at half-time. Richmond 9-1 leading St Kilda 3-6, so what you can take from that, 10 scoring shots to 9. St Kilda just haven't had any luck. They've been missing their shots and kicking behind. So I would say that it's Richmond's game to lose. I would say that they're probably going to win it at Cantor. But St Kilda will be very disappointed that their finals end at this point. However, it's probably fitting and fair that Richmond, the champion of last year, progressed to another preliminary final. They'll be heading to Port Adelaide. They'll be heading to the Adelaide Oval to take on the Power next week. Of course, the winner of tomorrow night's match between Geelong and Collingwood will play Brisbane at the Gabba next Saturday night. The winner of the NRL, they'll have a date, I believe, with the Melbourne Storm up here at Suncorp next Friday night. And of course, the Saturday night fixture in the NRL finals, they will have a date with Penrith next week in the second preliminary final. That's, of course, Parramatta and South Sydney. So, yeah, a lot happening as far as sport is concerned. But back here in the virtual world, Paul Nichols, we're going to go round one more time behind this caution. That's going to get us to that critical 10 laps to go when they cross the line now. That's going to give us 9 laps to go. Michael Schreier's in the lane. Brenton Hobson's in the lane. Carl Watmore staying out, though. Now, this is interesting because this is the strategy play we've been talking about. Hobbo and Schreier are taking the opportunity of just topping up, fresh tyres, all that sort of jazz. Watmore staying out, opting for track position, as is Trent Lavis, as is Jackson Rayhana. Game on, last 10 laps. Now, just at this point in time, Nico's unavailable. I'll come back to him very shortly. In the meantime, Dylan Gray's standing by in the green room, and I'll drag him into the comm box. Dylan Gray, what brings you to the broadcast booth on a Friday night?
With the Supercar.
Hello, mate. I can't actually hear you at this point. You there, Dylan?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hello, mate. So, just coming through very faintly in my ear sets, so apologies for that. Are you having a run in the second split of the supercars later on?
No, I'm not.
No. Okay. You also were on the entry list for the prod car race, but we didn't see you in that either. What happened there?
I was actually doing race control for that. And
How'd that go for you?
I got 2 incidents that I'm waiting for my phone to charge up so I can send to Paul.
2 incidents. Oh dear. Well, hey, you win some and you lose some in this game, don't you?
Yeah, you do.
Have you been keeping an eye on the stock car race, mate?
No, I've just turned my attention to the supercars practice.
Okay, how's that all going, if you don't mind me asking?
Going alright, all good at the moment.
All right. Are you running in the club enduro over the weekend?
Sure am.
Lamar, tomorrow, Radical, how are you feeling about that?
Oh, don't know. A bit scared.
I know, mate, you'll be right. Lamar, compared to other racetracks, if you pick Lamar or the Nordschleife, you'd pick Lamar every day of the week. It's a little bit easier. Go well in that. Club Enduro tomorrow. Check it out on the club socials. It's not being broadcast, but the boys will be posting their Discord feeds and their Twitch feeds and everything else. So check all that out. In the meantime, Dylan, if you want to stick in the commentary box, please do be my guest. We'll check in with you shortly. If not, we'll talk to you later. Take it easy. Let's turn our attention back to the stock car race here, because the safety car has pulled into the pits. The race is about to get back underway. 9 laps separating us and knowing who's the winner of round 3 of the championship. Friday Night Motorsport Series 3 for the German Sim Racing Club in the 2020 iRacing calendar year. And Carl Watmore immediately shoots out of the blocks to a lead. Brenton Hobson firing it down the inside of Bevan Moyes. Very nicely done. And Michael Schreier's in behind him as well. He'll make light work of Moyes on the run up to turn 3 now. So Schreier all over the back of Moyes and going through into P number 6. But no, Schreier unlucky. It was Moyes holding on around the outside and keeping Schreier at bay for the moment. That'll compromise his run through the back section of the circuit, and that'll allow the rest to skip clear there. Next target for Brenton Hobson is Adam Lavis, and he's already letting Carl Watmore skip clear. Trent Lavis, Jackson Rayhana, the top 3 at the moment. Rayhana going with Lavis. Lavis losing ground to Watmore. It's Watmore's to lose, Paul Nichols.
Yeah, absolutely. Watmore certainly had a bit of a jump there at the restart. He did very well. He had a 0.8 second gap at the restart at the start-finish line, so he did very well.
Indeed he did. Carl Watmore, Trent Lavis, Jackson Rayhana, Adam Lavis and Brenton Hobson, the top 5. Hobbo down the inside. Adam Lavis just lets him go by. Oh, big sideways moment from Hobson there. He lost all the ground, all the momentum he had, and Adam Lavis pulls back into 4th for the moment.
Yeah, you can't really lose traction coming out of that corner. Obviously, it's such a long straight. You obviously need as much traction as you can, so to get your speed up.
Nico, that just compromised his entire run from turn 10 all the way to 13 and then down the main straight as well. We're right on board with him now. He'll try and get by Adam Lavis again, this time on the run to turn 1. Watch him go to the inside. Hobson, now he gets the job done. Can he get it through there cleanly and not lock it up, not get it sideways? Yes, he can. That was a lot smoother, a lot cleaner. Now he's got 8 laps to go out in pursuit of Carl Watmore. And it's interesting to note, Watmore's running a fuel race, Paul. The others clean to the end. Lavis, Watmore running a fuel number race, and the rest on fresher tyres, on a fuller tank. They can just afford to go that little bit harder and squeeze a little bit more out if they have to.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it'll be really interesting to see how they go. We're 2 laps to go, where the field's sitting, and how Cal's fuel's going and his tyres.
Well, having a look at this, it's about 2.3 separating the 4th place Hobson and the 1st place Watmore at the moment. So we'll keep our eyes peeled on that as they make their way down to turn 10 one more time. Through turn 9, then heavy, hard on the brakes into turn 10. This is a huge moment in this race. Hobson closing right up on the Rayhana. That'll put him nicely into the slipstream on the exit of 10. Now the big drag down the long casino straight here. And now Rayhana immediately realises the pressure being applied to him by Hobson and says, mate, if you want to get by me, go the long way around. And Hobson accepts that invitation. Now it's a case of what happens in the braking zone, and Hobson's already cleared Rayhana, so don't forget about that. Hobson goes into 3rd. Next target, Trent Lavis.
Jackson's not in his normal pick livery tonight, or his Qantas livery, so he might be able to find one that kind of suits his car in trading paint. But he's doing a great job. P4 in this field, fantastic.
Indeed. We should point out that there are a couple of the custom liveries at play here tonight. Jackson Rayhana sporting new colours this year. Gone is the pink. Paul Nichols, he's running a Kiwi-inspired livery.
There you go. I hadn't noticed it. I've been away for a couple of weeks, so yeah, good to see.
Yes, we know you've been away for a couple of weeks, just lapping it up and enjoying some family time, and rightly so, which is good. But now we've got you back on deck, hopefully for the rest of the year. Here's Jackson Rayhana. We're following him. We're also following Brenton Hobson. Hobson's out in pursuit of Lavis, who's sticking with Watmore. Now, this is interesting because normally Watmore would get away. He's not doing that at the moment, so this could be a fuel save tactic. And therefore, it might just be Watmore preparing for an onslaught, a battle with Brenton Hobson in the closing stages here. But Hobbo's got to try and punch out some impressive numbers in the meantime.
What have we got? 6 laps to go.
We do indeed. 6 laps next time by the line. That is 19 in the book. We will bring you the supercar race as soon as this one is done, folks. We'll turn our attention to qualifying. And then the race for the supercars. As soon as this race is done, the supercars, of course, proudly brought to you by the people at Stone Cold Racing on a Friday night. Matt Austin and his great team. Great to have them on board, supporting the Gentleman Sim Racing Club and everything that we do here. Across the line, it's Lavis and Hobson that we've got our eyes on. Keep an eye on Straya closing in on Rayhana as well. So Straya's finally found a way around Adam Lavis. The next target is Jackson Rayhana to try and put him and his teammate inside the top 4. In fact, if Straya can get by Rayhana, they'll sit 3rd and 4th. Trent Lavis the next target. The problem for Lavis is going to be Hobson's pace because it's been electric tonight. He claimed pole position, the bonus points that go with that. The problem for Watmore is he's fuel saving, as is Lavis. The problem for Hobson, well, yes, he's going to have the rubber. Yes, he's going to have the fuel. But overtaking in these cars around here can prove to be adventurous and time-consuming and very challenging as well, Paul Nichols.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll just update you with the incident points. So Adam Maverick, Adam Lavis, 0 incident points. Hobbo, 0. Cal, 0. Jackson, 1. Kester Ward, 3. Michael Schreier, 5. So obviously bonus points wise, Adam's doing well, Brenton obviously well, and Cal. So if Brenton can bring off the triple, as you call it, so win the race, quali, P1 in quali, and also 0 incident points, so huge points for.
Huge points, momentum shift, I should say. Now have a look at Michael Schreier. Actually, this is Brenton Hobson rather, by Trent Lavis on the run through into the main straight. So Brenton Hobson gets by. At the same time, Michael Schreier's applying the blowtorch to Jackson Rayhana here. Nick's not far behind them. 5 laps to go in Montreal. And you're right, Paul Nichols, this is the thing. Schreier! Up the inside, licked the step and sent it on Jackson Rayhana, and he goes into P number 4 now, but Rayhana's forcing the issue on the inside. Unfortunately, just lost a little bit of momentum now on the exit of turn 2, and Schreier gets the spot. Schreier to 4th, next target Trent Laverson. Look at how close Brenton Hobson is getting to Cal Watmore now. Closing stages in Montreal. Cal Watmore will sense the pressure from Brenton Hobson here. This is going to be fun over the next 5 laps. And what we should point out too, Paul Nichols, not only is the fastest, the pole position, the clean incident, the 0 incident points, the clean race, the race victory out for grabs, but also fastest lap as well.
Yeah,
if he can do that, he'll sweep the lot. It'll be a four-prong clean sweep, and he is on track to do that. Cal Watmore 138.58 for Watmore, 138.7 for Hobson. If Hobson could just use the slipstream, use the toe hit from Watmore to just put an extra couple of tenths on his PB, that might all of a sudden bring everything into his favour. But at the moment, Watmore's only denying him, apart from the race win, the chance to have that fastest lap by 0.12 of a second. Last time round, though, Hobson was 4 tenths faster. That's important to notice. They crossed the line one more time. Watmore might just wind the wick up a little bit here now that he senses the presence of Hobson. 141.1, played 140.6 that last time round. Margin 0.6 of a second. Hobson all over the back of Watmore. 4 to go in Canada. Just updating you on some other scores, Paul. St Kilda in complete disarray at the moment. They're down by 31 points at half-time. Richmond 55 playing St Kilda 24. And the NRL, I just need to switch the channel here as we do this, as we have a look at Adam Lavis under pressure there from Bevan Moyes, and Bevan Moyes going through, and then across the grass, and that'll hurt, because Adam Lavis will be able to use the speed to sweep back around the outside. Now have a look at it, nice and tight between Hobson and Watmore, and in the NRL still, the Roosters down 16-6. Canberra in front by 10 at the moment in the first NRL semi-final. Let's focus on this for the next 3 laps, though. All guns blazing here. Watmore under serious pressure from Hobson. There's the margin. You ride with Hobson now on the run out of turn 10. And Hobson, I tell you what, he wanted to have a look down the inside. He had the momentum. He gets forced to have a look around the outside. Watmore running the tight and defensive line now. So you sense that Cal's feeling the pressure right at this moment, Paul.
Absolutely. And I'd say he was saving fuel.
So.
He burnt really quickly after the safety restart. He obviously pulled a gap for a while there, but I think he has tried to save some fuel, so Hobbo's coming home really hard.
Indeed he is. Back to the main straight, 3 laps to go. It'll be a case of so close, so near, yet so far for Brenton Hobson if he can't pull this off over the next 3 laps. And this is a real chance to beat Cal Watmore at his own game here. And I say that because the times that we've seen Brenton Hobson win in recent times in the Stockcar Series, he had a couple of wins in the last series in Season 2. It came as a result of misfortunes for Watmore or Glenn Postlethwaite. Tonight, it's been smooth sailing for the pair of them. This is an all-out fight, a duke-out between 2 of the best in the business. The best in the stock cars and one of the best in every other thing that you see on our broadcasts of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club iRacing season. Brenton Hobson. This is on for young and old. It's on in earnest as they head down the back straight for the 3rd last time. Now what can Hobson do? Will he get close enough to have a crack when they get down to turn 10? Down to the hairpin at the end of this back straight. This is extraordinary to watch. And watch Cal Watmore move across to the inside and block the attempt from Hobson. Hobson forced to go the long way around. Watmore making him seriously work for it tonight. Hobson making Watmore earn the win, and Watmore in return making Hobson try and work very hard for the position that Watmore currently holds. Down the back straight, the casino straight. They'll get back to the line, 2 to go. So it'll be about 8.72 kilometres of racing to come, 2 laps. And then we turn our attention to supercars, which should be just as electric around this circuit. It's been phenomenal. The entertainment, small field, weak field in many respects in terms of numbers, but the quality has been top shelf. Now, 2 of the best in the business are going to duke it out over the last 2 laps, and Watmore very defensive going through turn 2 there. By G. Paul Nichols, who's your money on?
I tell you what, Cal's making his car very wide. He's placing it in the right spots. He's, I think Hobbo's going to work out coming into that last hairpin, coming onto the back straight there. Hobbo's, I think Cal's always trying to push Hobbo to the outside. So, I'd be interested to see what's going to happen this lap if Hobbo tries to stick up the inside.
Indeed. 2 laps to go. Just word through from the German Grand Prix at the Nürburgring. The pit lane will not open this session. There's been no change in the weather situation there. Torrential rain and very poor visibility. So no practice one for the Eiffel Grand Prix this weekend. That's the breaking news out of Germany for you from Race Control. 2 laps to go here, a lap and a half. We ride with Cal Watmore now. Then back to Brenton Hobson. Watmore's gained a little bit of an advantage there.
Yeah, Hobbo must have made
his
a mistake.
second last lap. A little bit of a mistake for Brenton Hobson, and he'll be working overtime to try and eradicate that deficit at this point in time. A lap and a half to go. Trent Lavis is staring down another podium finish. It's been a good start to the Stockcar Series for him, but Cal Watmore is in control here. What can Hobson do on the last lap in Canada? Hobson has been faster than Watmore in all the last 3 laps. I think this is the lap that goes back in Cal's favour. 1 to go in Canada. And how are these 2 on fuel? We know Hobbo's fine, but how about Cal Watmore? It's been a fuel-save mission from him right from the outset of the safety car interval. The white flag is in the air. We are on the last lap. We're on the run home. And Watmore and Hobson giving it everything they've got through into turn 1. You can see what different lines they're taking there at the moment. And Watmore just a little bit better out of turn 2 than Hobson. And now it's an all-out fight for the last 3 kilometres of this car race. What an incredible pressure motor race this has been. And Cal Watmore, if he manages to hold on here, will have well and truly earned this one tonight.
Absolutely. I think Cal might have been saving fuel to get to a number where he knew he'd have a lap and a half left, and then he's going.
Yeah, exactly right. And you just see there that Hobbo's not been able to go with him. Watmore was half a second faster than Hobbo the last time around. 141.6 played 142.1. What traffic of Kester Ward getting in the way almost of Cal Watmore. Will that help Hobson in any way, shape or form here? Hobson, if he can win here, he's on track for the triple treat tonight. No one's done that in club history. Outside line at turn 10. He's got to get a tremendous run off turn 10 for the run down the back straight, or otherwise this is Watmore's race. Down they go. Slipstream fight last time. I think Watmore's got it won.
Yep.
This will be winter of the season for Cal Watmore, and Hobbo will be so close yet so far. And he'll be odds-on favourite to clean up in the supercar here, which, of course, will bring you that race very shortly. Last turn, checkered flag, Cal Watmore.
Well done,
take a bow in a NASCAR thriller. The Stockcar Series round 3 goes to the veteran of this genre. And that is a fantastic performance in this discipline from Cal Watmore on a Friday night. Doesn't matter if it's road or oval. When it comes to stock cars, it's Cal Watmore that you keep your eyes on. At the Circuit Gilles Villeneuve in Montreal, 45 minutes worth of racing, 25 laps, top shelf entertainment, winning margin in the end was 1.3 seconds. That was real quality stuff, and well done to Brenton Hobson on second, Trent Lavis third, Michael Schreier fourth, then Jackson Rayhana. Nick came home in sixth. Seventh was Adam Lavis, eighth was Bevan Moyes, and ninth was Kester Ward. I'll tell you what, take a breath after all that, Nico. It lacked quantity, and it made up for it with plenty of quality, particularly when you've got those two going at it, hammer and song. I mean, on any given night, when it comes to the stock car, you'll always put your money on Cal, but by gee, Brenton was close tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. A cracking race up front there. I mean, well, I think strategy-wise, Cal did really well. I think, as you saw, after the safety car, he took off. I think he was trying to gain a gap and then be able to hold the field and save fuel and get home. And then with like 1 or 2 laps to go, he certainly put his foot down and Hobbo couldn't catch him.
Certainly could not. What a great race that was. We'll wait to see if any of our drivers will come and join us in the broadcast green room here. Nico, I believe you're going to stick around with us for the supercar race, and looking forward to your company there. There's a lot to play out there tonight because Brenton Hobson, while he mightn't have won the stock car race here, he can still win 2 of the 3 for the night and finish with 3 podium finishes, which would be a reasonably good night out in its own right.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think Hoppo's shown himself as being clay. He can jump in any car. Like he showed tonight, jumped in a Mustang and smashed the field.
A minute.
Jumped in one of these cars. Yeah, a minute, and jumped in one of these cars, and it's playing with some of the best in the business. So certainly be interesting to see how he goes in the supercars. He's certainly got some talent. We know that.
Oh, he certainly does indeed. Trent Wavis is in the booth. In the end, it ended up being the Hobbo and Watmore show. We almost forgot about you in third there. Did you get lonely?
Yeah, mate, it was a bit boring down there by myself. The boys exited stage left. I made a bit of a blue there when Hobbo got around me and dropped the wheel, which dropped me back a little bit, and I just couldn't keep up with those boys. Are too quick for me. But I'm actually pretty stoked to be within the same ballpark as these guys and actually out racing them a little bit at the start there, which is a lot of fun.
Indeed it was. I was going to say that start was quite interesting because Cal was in the grass when the green flag waved. Brenton didn't get away all that well. And in the end, you ended up leading there for a good portion of it.
Yeah, I think I just capitalised on a few little errors there that Hobbo was making, and Cal made a few errors as well. So sorry, Cal had a shocking start, so I was lucky to capitalise there, and I was expecting him just to slide up inside of me like within turn 3, but funnily enough, I had some decent pace for once, so I was making the most of it what I had.
And it was interesting too, Trent, because there were two strategies at play. In the back end of the race there, 13 was the critical lap number. We went past that when the caution was thrown on lap 14. You stayed out, saved the fuel under the safety car, played a fuel-saving game for the rest of the race. Hobbo, Schreier, and a couple of others went in, and in the end, two of the fuel savers ended up on the podium, and Hobbo sandwiched in between you. You and Cal, of course, playing the fuel save game. If you had your time over, would you have gone in and topped up?
I think it was actually 99% tyres, mate. It wasn't the fuel.
Yeah.
The fuel wasn't an issue at all. We were fanging it most of the race, and it was more than enough for the safety car to save to make it to the end. But it's the tyres and these things. I did in practice.
Yeah.
I did a run, and the next lap was about 1.8 seconds slower, just in one lap. So the tyre dig on these things is wild.
I was going to say tyres kill you around, especially on this circuit, but then again, really in any of the stock car races, we always talk tyres. We often talk fuel as well, but these shorter races that we're running, and it's only by a couple of laps, a few minutes, the shorter laps we're running are really helping take out or eliminate that fuel strategy tactic, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. And I think the aim of the game is to get a result in these things, to sort of drive around a little bit off the throttle more than you would think, and save those rear tyres just to get the drive, especially a track like this where pointing and shooting is critical.
Indeed. Now, are you going to hang around with us and have a quick chat during the supercar race? Because we want to get your thoughts on the Willowbank 300 tomorrow, if you can stick around.
Maybe briefly. I've actually got to have a meeting with the boys straight after this. So maybe later on, once I finish that, I'll poke in. We'll see how we go.
Sounds good, mate. Please do. We'll let you go so you can attend that meeting, and wish the boys all the best for us tomorrow. Cheers,
gents. And thanks to Cal and Hobbo for an awesome race tonight. That was a lot of fun for me. So thank you very much, boys.
Certainly was. Now, on that subject, Brenton Hobson's going to come back and join us after this Supercars race, which he's lining up for right now. But it gives us a good opportunity to talk to the race winner again tonight. And, well, Cal Watmore, Mid-Ohio didn't go your way at all, but Road America certainly did. And tonight, Hobbo pushed you every step of the way, but you had his measure.
Oh, that was a lot of fun.
It looked like fun. It was fun to commentate.
Yeah, that was awesome. I missed the memo on daylight savings change, so I was an hour behind.
All right, I've been called 3 times this week.
Thanks.
And only been lobbied every day on my Facebook, Cal, if you follow me there too, by the way.
Yeah. I've been.
Don't wind up the Jack in the Box, mate. Fair income. The old memo on daylight saving, and also as well, Cal. I mean, talk about that. We'll get back to daylight saving because that's a completely different issue that these dumb Queenslanders just don't understand. Let's just focus on the racing for the moment, and I'll fire up a little bit later on. The qualifying, when it all hinges on one lap, Hobbo had you by 0.02 of a second. What an incredibly tight margin that was.
Oh yeah, that was intense. I was purely on muscle memory from the previous rounds, and just had to go. I had about half a lap in practice before the time ran out, and it was go time into qual. So it was like, okay, got what I got, and made one or two little mistakes that I can remember. But yeah, awesome close battle with for pole with Hobbo, and then at the start, I made a meal of it.
Didn't you?
I was looking left to try and match Hobbo's jump as best I could, and drove onto the freaking grass with my right wheels, and nearly bottled up half the field. So apologies for that. Apart from that, that was a ball terror. That was great fun.
Indeed it was. That was a lot of fun, that race. We greatly enjoyed it. Trent Lavis is going to come back and have a chat to us a little bit later on as well. We'll talk to him quickly about on track in the real world as well. Cal, Phillip Island next. We know you like that course, and then we break away and do some different tracks compared to the other two races on a Friday night. Obviously, all your favourites are in there, the Daytona Road course, the Sonoma Raceway, Watkins Glen. It's looking very nice for you at the top of the order right now. It's particularly after tonight's result. You'll be back right there at the pointy end of the standings, I would imagine.
Cool, that sounds good. I know I was I was going to do some rear field stuff, but that's if I get a practice lap in. So I'm onto it now. Hey, credit to Hobbo for going that strategy and carving past a couple of cars with his tyre advantage. He had the base on us, and I had to really knuckle down and just drive ultra smart, not lock a tyre, because, one lock up and you start the snowball happening of burning them up. So I had to be that disciplined.
For sure. Hey, quickly talk to us. Closing stages there. Is it similar to Trent? Were you okay on fuel? Because obviously you guys you went in, you pitted before that safety car. You stayed out during it whilst Hobbo went in and topped up.
Yes. Luckily, had my little fuel calculator going, and it was telling me I was just fine with the saving under the safety car. And hey, credit to the gentlemen for race control for that, because the shorter format they somehow fixed the extra 1 lap to green problem. So that was great. That was a nice quick caution. Keeps the action happening nice and fast. And hey, mega credit to Trent. His pace was on fire, better than mine and Hobbo's in that early run. It was it was mega credit to him for the work he's done with this car.
And that's the thing too. I mean, you're the master and the apprentice, really, when we talk about stock car racing on a Friday night, especially now in the absence of our mate Glenn Postlethwaite. But you would have noticed throughout the course of the season, and Trent's a tremendous testament to it, and as more drivers have stuck with it and persevered with these stock cars, their driving has certainly improved leaps and bounds. Hobbo's just one example of someone that wasn't a stock car regular, but now is having great success. Michael Schreier's another, and obviously, as you said there, Trent Lavis as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And hey, great move of Hobbo, but Glenn taught me that what I did was possible by staying out and controlling track position, holding the lead. You've got clear road ahead of you, and the extra pressure of, even if you've got fresher tyres, of having to chase down the leader, just makes you burn them up, and the advantage quickly disappears. So that's what I credit to Glenn for teaching us that one.
There are 4 boxes that you need to try and tick on a Friday night in the stock car race. The first is pole position, and then it's winning the race, fastest lap, and also the clean race factor. You tick 3 of the boxes. You just missed out on pole position by 0.02 of a second. So, mate, very nice way to bounce back. And obviously, all roads lead to Phillip Island now. You guys, it might not be the biggest field in the club, but you're certainly delivering quality entertainment in spades, and you're a tremendous part of that. Well done.
Hey, thanks very much, Zach. And to all the gentlemen's organisers, putting on a great series as always. That was a cracker race. Love the new format. Thank you. And
good luck with your endeavours in the other sim racing that you're involved in across the course the next week as well, mate. Thanks again.
Yeah, thanks very much. Yeah, Speedway at Toowoomba tomorrow night.
Very good luck. Yes, the first night down in Toowoomba for the year.
Yeah, that's right. So hopefully we keep it all together and go in circles a few times.
Hard to believe we've already got the Speedway season back, but then again, it is October, isn't it? I mean, it rolls around very quickly. Cal, catch up next week, mate. Keep us posted on the progress.
Yep, we'll do. Thanks very much again.
Make sure you follow him on socials as well, folks. Cal Watmore. Nick, let's go to you because it's good to have you back in the commentary box right now. I'm sitting here just catching my breath in all of that because that was just phenomenal racing.
I said it in our thing. This race is awesome. Zach will be going off.
Yep.
I can't wait to watch it back. I was in a battle off the line with Mr. Adam here, and I plucked first gear to get a good run out of the first chicane. Alas, that was my downfall.
Yep.
And then from that point, it was just save a bit of fuel, see if I can reduce the gap, because obviously we know there's going to be a competition caution.
Correct.
I knew you could do about 13 laps, and I was going to push it to 14, but I thought, you know what, if I push it that much further, I'm going to be caught out by the safety car. Safety car came. The field had shrunk, and I think part of that's daylight savings and all that kind of thing, but the field had shrunk, so pitting wasn't going to be an issue because track position, you lose a couple spots, but overall you won't lose that many, so to speak. So you won't go from the gigantic field that we had when it was unrestricted from 30 cars from 2nd to 30th. You'll only go to 10th at max.
Yes.
So
Yep.
what the hell? Throw it in the pit lane, fill it up, get some new tyres, and the tyre advantage around here is accelerating out of the corners and braking into the corners because there's no long corners per se on this track. So it's all braking and accelerating. And man, the car was a rocket on the acceleration, just rocket out, and I'd have about 2-3 car lengths on people behind or catch up 2-3 car lengths in front. Plus the extra car length under braking. It was awesome. So, I went from the back of the field to the middle of the field and back to pretty much where did I start? Pretty much roughly where I started. So, exactly the same spot. So, it was a fun race. I really enjoyed that. The safety car was just right. Everybody had pitted, so it was all strategy time, and it closed it all up. And so, it was a blast from that point on.
All right. So I was going to say, too, on the subject of what you said about the field shrinking because of the daylight saving factor, Cal, Nick, everyone, join the chorus. Join my, lobbying. Get on the Daylight Saving for Southeast Queensland Facebook page, like the hell out of that, and join the chorus. The louder the voice, the sooner these idiots might start to pay attention. That's all I'm going to say on that for the moment. Again, when the economy's losing 23.9 million a day, throw in the pandemic, we need to do something to turn that around because the business sector deserves better than what's being thrown up as a result of decisions made in 1992. But, I don't know. Fair income.
And subscribed. Cheers.
Good boy. Excellent. We'll see you next week, Cal. Good stuff. Radio. Actually, funny story. My West Brom Radio page, I may have told you about this earlier in the week, Nick. The West Brom Radio Facebook page, they put up the usual Monday morning after the clocks go forward question. Should we be observing daylight saving? Well, the Daylight Saving for Southeast Queensland page got hold of it. Not because of me. I forgot to send it to them, but instantly, West Brom Radio has never had a more far-reaching post. About 10,000 people have read it, seen it. And, mate, I was not in the good books on Tuesday, but I had to plead innocence because it wasn't me. It was a friend of mine that shared it with the Daylight Saving for Southeast Queensland page, but it was not me. However, I enjoyed the hell out of it. Paul?
Well, my thoughts on it, Zach.
Yeah, exactly right. Nico?
Oh, Triple M did the same thing. Triple M did it. Triple E go to daylight saving. So I'm going to be in and out because Jackson needs a bit of assistance. He needs clearly I'm just watching it now. He needs a bit of assistance. So I'll keep checking in every couple laps.
Look forward to it, mate. Thank you. The quid pro quo is that we'll have Jackson in for a chat after the race, so that's all good there. Trent Lavis will be back with us soon. Paul Nichols. The interesting thing is now, originally when the schedule was released a few weeks ago, we had basically race 1, race 2, race 3, 5 minutes in and out. Now we've got another 20 minutes of qualifying to try and scramble our way through.
Well, I know you can talk. You'll be fine. Good
on you.
Let's talk about
throwing me under the bus.
Liveries or... hey, Dylan, what do you want to talk about?
I don't know.
Well, okay, that's the last time we're going to throw him a question. You just had the perfect opportunity there, Dylan, to say, pick any topic in the world, and you went with, I don't know. Marvellous effort. Hey, let me update you firstly on a couple of things happening in real-world motorsport. We mentioned earlier Formula 1 practice for the Eiffel Grand Prix practice one washed out due to atrocious weather there at the Nürburgring. That's pretty much the forecast for the weekend. So it'll be interesting to see a wet weather race on Sunday night. I am looking forward to that prospect. The MotoGP free practice one at Le Mans, topped by Bradley Smith. Heavy overnight rain and a continued sprinkling at Le Mans saw wet weather there as well for free practice one. And it was Bradley Smith on top with a 143.804, good enough to beat home the Frenchman Johan Zarco and also Danielo Petrucci. So only 0.2 of a second separating the top three there. So MotoGP from Le Mans, that's how it's looking for you at the moment. Of course, the qualifying session tomorrow night, you will see that from, I think it's about 20 past 11 Eastern Daylight Time, and the race is Sunday night from 10 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time with 11 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time with the race from the Nürburgring for Formula One following at midnight. And, of course, qualifying for Formula One tomorrow, midnight as well. We get them the same usual time up here in Queensland because we're stuck in 1908, but everyone else, it's an hour later than usual. So what was 11 o'clock is now 12 o'clock. And same for MotoGP. What was 10 o'clock is now 11 o'clock. Only for a couple more weeks. And then, of course, the European events start earlier because they get out of daylight saving and a few other factors in there as well. The Rugby League, the semi-final there. The Raiders still holding on over the Roosters. Come on, you green machine. That's the first and only time I'll ever say that. 16-12 over the Roosters at the moment. The blokes that sit the cafe lattes in Bondi, they might be on their way home very shortly, Paul.
How much time we got left in that game?
Still about 18 minutes. So
Okay,
by the time
it's certainly close, yeah.
by the time we go racing here in this supercar race, we should have an idea of what's happened in the footy. And the AFL, Richmond still in complete control, the margin 28 points over St Kilda, although St Kilda have drawn first blood as far as goals are concerned in that third quarter, and at 62 playing 34. So keep an eye out on all of that. Let's talk about what's happening here. We're riding on board with Brenton Hobson. That's not really a surprise. We've done a lot of that tonight. And we're riding from Bonnet Cam as they cross the line. He's the pole sitter at the moment. Again, in information that will surprise nobody. We can tell you that he is in complete control here and looking very, very good for another pole position in this championship. And Nico, the last couple of weeks, he has been the man to beat, and by a country mile. The length of the straight, the back straight, everything else is what's been separating him and the rest of the pack. When they switch out of the stock cars into the supercars, this man just goes to a whole new level.
Oh, you look at the time. So he's what's that? 7 tenths up on Michael Shea,
35.27.
Pretty impressive.
And across the line again. Does he improve that time around? No, he does not. 35.27 still a time to beat for Brenton Hobson. Michael Schreier 36.0. Then Michael Angus 136.46, 137.05 for Jackson Rayhana. Hey, that's not too bad. Dave Trevathan, John Merritt, Tim Harris, James Broadman, Dan Siciliano, and Brett Solly with the top 10. Should point out we have 23 in the service, so we've lost a few, which is unfortunate from week to week. However, as Nick said, and I'm going to keep saying it as well, Paul Nichols, the fact that we're now operating in 5 time zones instead of 3, the fact that Real World Motorsport is also playing a factor this weekend with events in Queensland and Tasmania, there are a few determining factors as to why the grid numbers might be a little bit low, not to mention storm activity in and around southeast Queensland as well, probably interfering with some people's internet connections, no doubt.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the first round being in daylight saving time. So obviously, people probably I've heard of a few people saying, "Oh no, daylight saving caught me out. I thought it was this time." So look, everything will adjust.
Just goes to show no one listens to us. Just goes to show no one's listened to our commentary, Paul.
I listen to you. I have no choice.
Yeah, you've kind of got no choice. Yeah, exactly. There's a difference there. And on the subject, the invoice will be coming your way later tonight. I haven't forgotten about it. Mate. Just happy weekend to me. 16 and a half minutes left in qualifying here as we talk business and sport and pleasure and everything else. And if you're a Queenslander, displeasure. for the next few minutes as we wait for qualifying to wrap up the Gentlemen's Sim Racing Club. You know, the problem is, and Callum mentioned it there a minute ago, the fact that he got caught out by it. I think these idiots up here wear it as a badge of honour. I think they think being behind is something special. And it's not special in the Bruce McAvaney special kind of way. It's special in the other way, the way that you don't want to be special. So I don't understand why they wear it as badge of honour. As I say, they're riding on the back of a 1992 result. And the only reason the government officials haven't got a spine about bringing this back to the table is because they know that the yes vote will get up this time and they don't want to alienate North Queensland. And that's the biggest problem. We just need to tell North Queensland to ship off and suck it up.
Well, with the poll you put up on, or not you put up, but the West Bremer put up on the daylight saving thing, I clicked on it. There was a huge response for we need to go to daylight saving. What were the numbers?
Mate, it was something in the vicinity of 90%.
Yeah, there you go.
It was huge. I mean, and thanks, because as I said, it got shared by 7 different pages, including daylight saving for South East Queensland. And their members just flocked to it. And I'll give you the numbers in just a moment because I'll bring it up. Again, poor old Peter Carey, who hosts the morning magazine on West Bremer Radio, he hosted the Tuesday morning show. The question that he put up on Tuesday got about 3 hits, whilst the one from Monday was still getting about 600. So I wasn't in the good books again when I went in there the other day, but it was well worth it. Well worth it.
But at this stage, everyone's set a qualifying time, which is good. So we have at the top Hobbo 1:35.07, so he's improved his time again. And Michael Schreier 1:36.0, so there's a second between, or nearly a second between 1 and 2, so it's amazing. And then we have Kester Ward down at 1:40.3, so a bit of a spread in the field there.
Yeah, oh, geez, there was a big crunch just in my earpiece just now, so someone's probably collected a wall somewhere. We'll get to that for you shortly. The other polls on the West Bremer Radio page this week, will you request a postal vote? If it means I can vote these idiots out quicker, sure, no worries. But at this stage, I've got no reason to request a postal vote. But going back to Monday, and the best poll of the week, do you support reintroducing daylight saving? The reach was 10,274. The response was 421 reactions. A couple of special people reacted with buttons that we weren't asking you to react with. So we'll just assume that the love and the wow will be for yes and the ha-ha will be for no, because there's got to be some love there. In the end, 393 yes and 24 no. That's unanimous as far as I'm concerned. Hop to it, Queensland. Just get your priorities right for a change, please, for the sake of everybody, for the sake of the sanity of Queenslanders. I mean,
I heard a post. I heard something the other day, like a daylight saving bubble.
Well, I'd be all for that. Just chop it off somewhere north of Noosa, because Bundaberg, Rockhampton, Mount Isa, they don't care. They happily live in the past. The rest of us are the ones that are frustrated. Bring in a little bubble. Call it Southeast Queensland, chop the north off and say, right, see you in 6 months. And I tell you, there will still be a little bit of disruption to the economy because of businesses north of Rockhampton, or north of Noosa rather, dealing with Sydney and Melbourne and the like, and it'll be far less of an economic impact than the current burden being felt by Southeast Queensland, which, as I said earlier, is $995,000 an hour, $23.9 million a day, $4.35 billion a year. It all comes down to 182 days. It's madness.
What's the score?
The fact that they can continue to justify it, that sort of economic loss, goes to show the lack of economic intelligence the Queensland government has in the first place, which basically, because they've got a paycheck and they don't have to worry about their money because they can just keep borrowing and borrowing and borrowing, might explain the debt that we're in as it is.
What's the score on the footy, Zach? Change the subject.
Okay. Very swiftly done, Paul Nichols. Very swiftly done. What a smarty pants.
We're trying to entertain, aren't we?
St Kilda is trying to come back at the moment. It's Richmond by 23 points. So St Kilda are starting to claw their way back. That's at three-quarter time, though, so it's a long way to go for St Kilda there. It's 10-4 playing 5-11. So, again, St Kilda have 2 more scoring shots, but they have not been to the Academy for Reliable Kicking in recent times. And therefore, they've kicked more behinds than goals, and that's always going to drain you in a minor semi-final. The NRL looking good for Canberra. They've just gone in again. It's 20 points to 12 with 11 minutes on the clock. Anything else you'd like to know?
No, it's good, mate. Thank you.
Good. All right. Excellent. We'll move on. Brenton Hobson, let's turn our attention here. 10 minutes to go in the qualifying session. You're watching the pictures coming to you courtesy of JP SimShed and SimShed Broadcasting. Right here on the Gentleman Sim Racing Club broadcast page on Facebook. Also over on Twitch and YouTube as well. Good to have your company. Let me have a look and see, because there's been a lot going on in here tonight. Let me just touch base and see if there are too many comments coming in on our broadcast page. A couple. Good to have Tahei Rahana in the booth. Commenting earlier with the stock cars, great race. Agree with that. Not too many other people tuning in via Facebook at the moment, but again, a busy night, plenty of options. We understand that. And the good thing about our live broadcast, Nico, they stay in their platform, so you can go back and watch them on delay. Not that I promote in any way, shape, or form watching things on delay. We do enough of that up here for 6 months a year. But in this instance, if you don't know the result, different story.
Absolutely. And you jump on our Facebook page, the Gentleman Sim Racing Club broadcast page. You can jump on there, join or follow the club, and you'll be able to watch all these live, or obviously watch the replays as well. And also on JP SimShed or SimShed Broadcasting as well on YouTube and Twitch.
Yep. I might have to start doing something similar for you as I do for West Brommer, in terms of doing a broadcast banner and saying, right, this is Monday night, this is Wednesday night, this is Friday night, but we'll have that chat off air. Brenton Hobson, Michael Schreier, Michael Angus and John Merritt and Troy Cox. The top five here. Jackson Rayhana slipped to 6. We're inside the final 10 minutes of Supercar qualifying. Stone Cold Racing Supercar Series. The top split for you as far as the Gentleman Sim Racing Club is concerned. Friday night triple header for you. Friday night motorsport from the Circuit Gilles Villeneuve in Montreal, Canada. Hello, Nick.
Hello, sir.
What's the latest information from the Circuit Gilles Villeneuve as far as Jackson Rayhana is concerned? He's sitting 6th at the moment. He'd be happy with that.
Yeah, he's trying to be top 3, 4. We're just working out fuel numbers. It's a 55.5 litre tank. Average burns about 3.2 to 3.5, but in qualifying trim he's doing 3.7. So, figuring out laps and that kind of thing, we should be doing about 15 laps a tank. I dare say the front guys will be even more than that, so they'll probably do probably closer to 14 laps a tank.
And in a 95 second lap too, mate, given it's a couple of seconds faster than the stock cars, you're probably looking at somewhere around, well, what the stock cars have, 25, and they were 45 minutes in the end when you look at the race time. So you're probably looking at 26, 27 for the supercars, maybe 28 because you won't have the competition caution unless we absolutely need a safety car thrown.
Correct. I don't think
so.
We'll
It's
need
definitely
one
one
at all.
top race.
It is sim racing, so they can hold the escape button and jump out. So I think it'll be pretty straightforward from here. If we can make...
Absolutely. Definitely a one-stop race, though.
Yeah, definitely one stop. If you can do the 15, you're set. So there are some nice cars out there on the track too. Who was
There
it?
certainly are, yeah.
Simon Ferris, that one just going out of shot. That is a busy car. Very nice. I like the pattern on it. It's a very busy car. It's a bit hard to read the signage on it. And the one behind it is the a tribute to the Wood Brothers NASCAR. I can't... we just missed him now. But anyway, it was a very, very nice car, the Motorcraft one. So just noticing all these little bits and pieces. And obviously with the stock cars, just to go back on that, I was 10 minutes short in my planning. So yeah, that Motorcraft car looks great. So that's why we got a bit of time to fill.
Yes.
I was going to say we should jump on board with somebody.
Absolutely. Let's jump on board and then you can talk us through the differences between supercars, stock cars and production cars around the Circuit Gilles Villeneuve. That'll be a challenge.
Yeah, exactly. I'll just see if I can line it up the same. So who are we on board with here? Mr.
We're at
Hobson.
turn 2 with Brenton Hobson.
All right. So, yeah, coming down, you can see the gear selection there too. The braking zones in these are a lot shorter, and also the car's a little bit lighter. You can actually float the car through a lot quicker there. So you saw 125 kilometres an hour through that first chicane, almost flat through here, braking back down from 200 kilometres an hour down to about just under 100 or 80 kilometres an hour there, second gear. Work your way back through the gears. Long exit there. It's all about the exits, the drive off the corner. Work your way up through the gears. He's going to get up to 5th gear before the bridge, and the brake zone's going to be right on the bridge. There it is. Whereas the NASCAR is another 100 yards before the bridge. Across the curbs, that's another thing too. You've got to crash the curbs enough to get you a straighter line, but not enough to get you a little penalty or a cut circuit. Braking down from 230 kilometers an hour down to the casino hairpin, cross the arms up, 1st gear, come out sideways.
Oh! Wow, what a moment.
You lose a lot of time doing that, and that was one thing I was very conscious of in the NASCARs, is just trying to keep it as straight as possible. Who we got here? Michael Schreier, his teammate. He did really well in the last race too. Very patient trying to pass Jackson. I watched the whole thing. I was trying to catch up to him, couldn't get to him. So coming down to the hairpin, from 5th gear, back down to 2nd, down to 1st. Don't want to pluck 1st too early or you'll lock your wheels. Ask me how I know. And then really hard on the gas. Keep it nice and straight. This is your best passing opportunity here because it will have the longest passing zone. However, that chicane is still quite reasonably fast, so it's not as slow as the hairpins. Get up to 6th gear, brake probably around the bridge. Yep, NASCAR's another marker board before the bridge. What are we going through in 2nd gear? Use all the road. These things being about 200 kilos lighter, you don't have to baby it so much, and they got more gears, so you can feed it more gears to slow it down. 2nd gear into the hairpin. Oh, sorry, 2nd gear into turn 1, 1st gear into the hairpin, and just feed it out. In the race there, I was wheel spinning all the way up this straight by the time my tyres had it, which made life interesting. Cross the curbing, that's another thing too you got to aim for, is get across that curbing, especially that chicane there. There's a lot of time to be gained. And braking zones, braking as straight as you can. The guys who spin out are not braking in a straight line and got too much rear brake bias. So once again, your Shreyas, your Hobsons, guys at the top of the page are really good on the brakes.
Yes, yep.
And they're the ones that make up a lot of time there, and that's where all their speed comes from. So from the Mustang to the NASCARs to this, the big thing is one thing that you can take across all the cars is the braking. You've got to have your car square, especially around here. Long brake zones such as this one. And then as you start to turn her in, you've got to come slowly off the pedal to keep the weight on the nose, but also get the car around the corner. It looks like rear tyres will go on these things first rather than fronts. Same thing in the NASCAR. Yep. I don't know how the production car was. But wheel spin isn't as big an issue in these things either, whereas like I said, the run from turn 2 up to turn 3 in the NASCAR, I was wheel spinning for the back half of each stint. So it wasn't a pleasant feeling knowing that I'm using up my tyres, which would make the next braking zone a tricky thing. So
correct. And particularly, Nick, if you lock it up or you bog it down getting out of the hairpin, that compromises your run all the way down to turn 13.
Well, exactly. I mean, towards the back end of the race, to stop the wheel spin happening out of turn 2, I would, instead of going to 1st gear, I was taking it in 2nd and just trying to formula car it and try and keep as much apex speed as possible, and actually save the tyres a bit more that I could push towards the end of the race again. So these guys won't have any hesitations to take on fuel and tyres. It'll be covered. Whereas NASCARs, I believe people like Schreier only took on one-sided tyres, the left-side tyres. So I took the chance and took all 4. And the drive off the corners, both left and right, was a lot better that way, whereas Michael only took left-side tyres and it took him a bit of time to get past, say, Jackson, as an example. I don't know if you saw that on the coverage.
We did, yeah, absolutely. Now, just updating it, folks, the Roosters on a charge here against the Raiders. They're 4 points down. There's 4 minutes on the clock. And they've just gone in to make it 22-18. So the Roosters coming back, trying to either win by 2 by getting a converted try, or at least take it to extra time by scoring a 4-pointer without the conversion. So we'll keep you posted there on all of that. And of course, if it does go to extra time, it's 5 minutes each way, and then golden point if it's still locked up after that. But the Raiders have done their best to force a line dropout at the moment. So the Roosters are going to be on the attack again in just a moment. A minute and a half to go in qualifying here. Not much has changed at the top. It's Brenton Hobson from Michael Schreier. Daylight. then follows. 135.07 plays 135.81. 136.46 for Michael Angus, then David Kirby. Then John Merritt, Troy Cox, Jackson Ray Hunter, Dave Trevathan, Matt O'Grady, and James Boardman, the top 10 here. Nico, there's one thing I needed to come back and touch base with you on regarding a previous topic that we're discussing, but I'll do that after the race. In the meantime, Stone Cold Racing V8 Challenger Series, Season 3. Let's tell you that Brenton Hobson's on top, 72 points. Michael Cracknell on 50. John Merritt, 43. Now, just having a look, doesn't appear to be any Michael Cracknell on the grid tonight. Tom Parks, 41. Then Dave Trevathan, 38. Michael Angus, 37. Matty O'Grady, 36. Michael Hammond, 31. And so too Matty Muscord. And 29 points for Michael Schreier makes up the top 10. No Michael Hammond on the grid tonight. Again, with the drop rounds, Nick, it makes it a little bit easier for these guys to not stress so much if they do miss a round, but it makes nailing the other 8 or 9 all the more important, doesn't it?
Yeah, 100%.
Hobno's gone faster again by 5 hundredths of a second, if you don't mind. 135.02 now, the benchmark, with 10 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, with that you can plan around it and make sure you got the right planning so you can drop around whatever you need to do if there's something of life gets in the way. All right, I've got to depart, guys. I'll be back soon.
No worries. Good to have your company as always, Nick. Nico Pop with us on a Friday night. Adam Lavis has sent through the updated championship standings for both the stock cars and the pod cars. We'll get to them before the end of the night. And I do believe that's because he has a very early start on a Saturday morning, so we won't have the updated supercar standings. We'll have to get them to you on Monday night, ladies and gentlemen. There's circuit. Let's run you through the information that you need to know going into tonight's race. Of course, it is the third leg of the triple header. A checkered flag is out. Cars will be on the grid in just a moment. The results sheet sees Brenton Hobson on top for Michael Schreier and Michael Angus. This is a 4.36 kilometre circuit, 14 turns. The maximum grid capacity, no real issue to us here. 50% capacity fuel tank. That's a 55-litre tank, as Nick just alluded to. The weather, we're set to the 9th of October. It's 4:21 in the afternoon, so that's 7:21 Eastern Daylight Time tomorrow morning. So we're a little bit into the future here. But work with us. At least we're on the actual date for a change, unlike being stuck and glued to May and November 15. The winds to the southwest, 7 kilometres an hour, somewhere around there. The race will be 45 minutes. First past the post after 45 minutes, the checkered flag flies. 97 kilometres an hour is the pace car speed limit. Pit lane speed, 64 kilometres an hour. The fast repair limit, there's just one of them. And we should also point out that the incident penalties fall 15x and then every 5x after that. Rightio. I can tell you that it's looking good for Canberra here at the moment. The Roosters just made a meal of their latest possession of the football. So Canberra in the box seat now to go through to the preliminary final. That'll set them up with a date with Melbourne next Friday night. Ollie fairly animated sitting here in the commentary box, Nico, because if the NRL had scheduled that for Saturday night, I would have gone to the game. But Friday night means I'll have it on the screen here talking to you lot. Melbourne and Canberra have been a bit of a bogey side for Melbourne in recent weeks, so that'll be an on-edge sort of night here in the commentary position. But if Melbourne can get past that, it'll be a grand final, their first since 2018, and they'll be going out in search of their first premiership since 2017. So all to play for there. 50 seconds left on the clock and Canberra remaining in possession. We are getting set for a race start here. We'll have the grid for you in just a moment. Stone Cold Racing Supercar Series. Friday Night Motorsport Gentlemen's Sim Racing Club, leg 3 of the triple header. The grid coming your way in just a moment here, folks. Have a look at this. Brenton Hobson, Michael Schreier, the front row. Michael Angus, David Kirby, the second row. Then John Merritt and Jackson Ray Harner. Troy Cox and Dave Trevathan from the fourth row. Matt O'Grady and James Boardman from the fifth row. Brett Selby Wood and Rick Sibra make up row number 6. Row 7 is Simon Ferris and Tim Harris. Row 8 is Josh Thomas and Dan Siciliano. Then Grant Gill and Aiden Rice, I should say, on row 9, Matthew Cowie and Pete Matson from row 10, Jason Dunn and Simon Francis row 11, and Kester Ward row 12. Your thoughts on all of that, Nico? Obviously, Hobbo's going to be the man to beat here, but can the team muster up a 1-2-3 like they did last week?
Oh, it's certainly possible. I think the form Hobbo's in at the moment, I think he's a pretty hard man to beat. Really interesting to see how these guys. I think we're definitely going to have a pit stop from what Nico was saying. So interesting to see how it goes with the pit stop.
Twice this year, Canberra have gone to the Sydney Cricket Ground. Twice they've won it. They are home in the semi-final, 22-18, over the Roosters. They've set up a preliminary final date with the Melbourne Storm next Friday night. Can you believe that? Until this year, Raiders hadn't played at the Sydney Cricket Ground since their premiership triumph in 1987 against Manly. That is quite... their defeat, I should say, in 87 against Manly. So, quite an achievement there. The Raiders through to the preliminary final, and they'll play Melbourne next week. The Roosters, their hopes for a three-peat, gone. Couldn't be happier about that. I shouldn't have said that out loud. Getting set for a start. Stockcar Racing V8 Supercar Series, Friday Night Motorsport, Gentlemen Sim Racing Club, SimShed Broadcasting, let's go! Hobson out of the blocks beautifully. Schreier goes with him, but Hobson's the clear leader to turn one. Now watch everybody scramble through here. This is going to get very tight and ugly. Thankfully, only 1-2 cars getting into any sort of trouble there, but other than that, we're all okay. What about that? Nice clean start. Couple of cars further back in the pack sorting themselves out, but at the front of the field it's pretty much line of Stanley ride with Jackson Rayhana. And have a look at the swagger on him. I love that he's kept that as his profile picture. Down the back straight for the first time. Having a look here on the inside. Very nicely done. That was Rayhana going through on John Merritt, up into P5 now. Out in pursuit of, on David Kirby, up into P4. Out in pursuit of Michael Angus now. A little bit of a lock up there from Michael Schreier and also Michael Angus, but job done for Rayhana. Oh no! No, John Merritt's gone round at the hairpin. There's a pile up at the hairpin. That got ugly very quickly. I'll be interested to see if race control decides to throw a yellow here, but I think they're going to let him sort itself out. Here's a replay for you now. From Brett Selby Wood's car. By which point all the rubbish had already started. Yeah, 3-4 cars involved. 5, 6. They all got going again, so that's why we don't have a safety car. But, by gee, we've done so well over the course of the night thus far, Paul Nichols, to get through that hairpin on the opening lap in 2 races. It's too much to ask for to get through there cleanly for the third.
Yeah, I think a little bit of misadventure there from a couple of drivers. It's one of those incidents that one starts it, one starts it, and there's a concertina effect, particularly into that hairpin. So it is what it is. They'll get on with it. Who knows? They can come back from there. I mean, my race tonight, I think I was down in 13s, 14s. We got back up to second or third at some stage, and then ran out of fuel. So
you were second. You were crowing for about 28 and a half minutes of that race, and then it all fell to in the last 90 seconds, and you fell from second down to 6th or 7th anyway. Just got advised to Adam Lavis, no early start for Adam tomorrow, so we will have championship points in the supercars at the end of the broadcast. So thanks to Adam for sticking around to help us out with that. On the way down the casino straight one more time. This is a 45-minute race. Our second longest one of the night. Of course, the stock car is the longest. The podcast the shortest at 30 minutes, and these guys sandwiched in between on 45. David Kirby in position number 5 now, having a real good ding-dong there with Jackson Rayhana, of course. Rayhana sporting a different livery. And Nick mentioned it earlier, Nico, and we got sidetracked talking about a few other things that are and aren't important in the context of what we're covering here. But let's talk about the liveries, because obviously it's only been in the last decade or so where the real world has started paying homage to the bygone era. That's a trend that's carried over into sim racing. There are so many creative liveries put together for our weekly broadcast. It's a testament to the drivers that have the time to put that little extra attention to detail into the product that we're producing here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have trading paints, and there's a lot of people that are professionally doing these liveries. We have Flash Graphics, one of our sponsors and one of our partners as well, that has done a lot of work with a lot of guys. So Jackson's, I just realised Jackson's paint in the stock car was actually a Flash Graphics livery. So yeah, if you want to get into the club, we have a lot of people that can assist you with liveries, setups. A lot of coaches can help you out as well. So jump on the Facebook page, look us up, Gentlemen's Sim Racing Club Incorporated. We're a not-for-profit club, sporting club. So join us. Really good community. A lot of fun. A lot of good racing.
And should point out as well, Rayhana's livery there in the podcast, also seen in the Porsches and the GT3s as well. We should point that out. Gone away with the pink and replaced it with that very chipper lad that sits there in the profile picture that you see every time his name pops up on screen at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. As I said, have a look at this swagger.
Hey, JP, has Jackson been slipping a few dollars to get his bug on TV or what?
Yes.
Oh, fair enough.
All bribes to JP SimShed, ladies and gentlemen, SimShed Broadcasting. If you want to get your mug, if you want to get your Bumble profile shot on the television broadcast, very nicely done. And actually, now there is. Let's ride with Troy Cox for a moment. In fact, just have a look at that for a very nice bit of kit. The Shell V-Power. That's their retro livery that ran at Sandown a couple of years ago, of course. We should point out, the only thing I took umbrage with, and the only thing I had an issue with as far as this livery was concerned, Nico, was not enough yellow text. Because if you look at the Sierra of 89, there's a lot more yellow on there. I reckon they could have done a little bit more yellow text on that livery, but still a classic throwback.
Yeah, fantastic looking livery. It's actually got a matte finish to it, which is awesome. They call it a spec matte, so awesome looking livery.
Oh, trouble! Car in the wall! Massive contact there. And that will allow all those guys to move up a position. I'll tell you who it was in just a moment. Have a look at this. Michael Angus. So this is actually the pointy out of town. As they make their way out of turn 11 on the run to 12 and loop-de-looped. And John Merritt went at the same time as well. Have a look at that. 2 for the price of 1 in your action replay. Merritt went at 10. Angus went at 11. Angus will drop down the order there at this point in time. David Kirby moves up, inherits third base. And, yeah. Oh, wow. It's all happening. It's all gone to hell very quickly here. 7 minutes into the race. So we're not quite a fifth of the way there yet. That'll be the 9-minute mark. We can tell you that Brenton Hobson leads the way from Michael Schrader. David Kirby and Jackson Rayhana. Troy Cox is 5th. So this is the battle you're watching. 3rd, 4th and 5th. Kirby, Rayhana and Cox. Right here and now. In fact, Rayhana's managed to get by Kirby. So Kirby's now under pressure from Cox. And Rayhana has clear air in 3rd. And again, it's interesting that someone like Jackson, who's been so... big sideways moment there for Cox. Coming through turn 8 on the run to 9 and 10. Interesting to note there, Nico, that someone with Jackson Rayhana's credentials and ability is having just a little bit more attention to detail being thrown into his V8 supercar or his supercar campaign, with the note that Nick is helping him out here on a Friday night, when normally you'd put him in the car, wouldn't matter what it is, he just goes and does his business and then comes back to it. Is that an indication of how seriously he's taking it, or how much of a challenge these two cars are?
Yeah, I think it's both of those things, Zach, actually. Jackson's a great racer. Obviously, won the up-and-comers last season. Certainly class of the field in the up-and-comers. Only new to iRacing, so, being obviously if you're a professional racer or professional, you race cars. iRacing's different. Obviously, you don't have the G-force, you don't have the danger or the fear factor that you would in a wheel race car. And Jackson's certainly one of the guys that I can see challenging these guys. Probably not this season, but maybe next season. So I'm really looking forward to how he performs. Certainly next season. He's done a great job this season so far.
Indeed, he has. Plenty to look forward to this weekend, of course. Club Enduro Le Mans tomorrow and the Radicals. 6 hours of fun there. We are not broadcasting that one, but we'll get Nico to bring the results with him on Monday night when we bring you the GT Series action, of course. That championship continues, and we're off to Interlagos in Brazil on Monday night. Really excited about that one. Here's John Merritt all over the back, of course, of James Boardman and also Michael Angus there. It's an ongoing fight for 6th, 7th and 8th. Have a look at them. On the run down to the hairpin. Angus down on the inside. Boardman locks up. Merritt goes through and says, thank you very much, boys. Easy done. Next Wednesday night, of course, we head to ride Atlanta. Short circuit for the Hump Day Pilot Series TCR GT4. And, of course, the full course for the Racecraft Porsche GT3 Challenge. And then next Friday night, all roads lead down under the Phillip Islands. So we've got 3 different continents for the price of one next week. 7 races on the program. 3 of them at our own gateway to hypothermia. Phillip Island next Friday night, 7:30 Eastern Daylight Time. Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Gentlemen's Sim Racing Club across SimShed Broadcasting and also the Twitch account of Adam Maverick Lavis. There's John Merritt holding on to 5th at the moment, doing a nice job. Next target, Troy Cox, but the gap is 5 seconds. Really, it's a case of consolidating at the moment for Merritt. Nico, you've either got your fingers crossed for caution or that nothing else goes wrong in your race at the moment. You play it out to the pit stop and then you try and bring it home from there.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a bit of a gap there. Obviously, Brenton's got a 3.5 second gap to Michael Schreier, and Jackson's doing really well. He's about 12 and a half off on Brenton. So, bit of a gap there. I mean, yeah. I mean, there'd be something drastic to happen for Brenton not to bring this home.
Indeed, that is the case. We are just trying to work out lap 7. We're circling here at the moment. So 11 minutes gone, 45-minute race. We're not quite. We're only about 15 seconds away from being quarter race distance. We are watching Michael Schreier. We are watching Brenton Hobson. Hobson leading by 3.3 seconds at the moment. Oh, he's locked it up going into 13 and 14. He's gone straight across the curve there. He'll get a slow down. That'll allow Michael Schreier back into the fight. What was a 3.3 second margin has shrunk to 1.3. And all thanks to a big lock up at the end of the back straight for Brenton Hobson. We are following the leader at the right time. We are a quarter race distance here, 25% done. We've got activity in the pit lane as well. Michael Angus is in the lane. It's all happening in Montreal, as Bill Laurie would say. There is Jackson Ray Hunter. He sits third. He's a clear and comfortable third at that. Nico, quarter race distance and maybe just a little bit of fatigue showing with Brenton Hobson.
Well, Brenton's got an instant point, so Jackson can win the round.
That's it.
Also, Michael Schreier is 0 as well, so they can actually both win the round based on points.
Which is huge. It's absolutely huge. As we talk about the round result in the greater scheme of the championship, nothing's going to stop Brenton in the outright fight. You wouldn't imagine. Those bonus points go a long way to determining who's the winner and who's the loser in the outright fight. We saw that with Cal Watmore in the latest Stockcar Series. Big moment there! The Motorcraft entry's been turned around. Brett Selby Wood has just been served up. Well, this was nasty. Just trying to, I think it was Josh Thomas in behind him there. I'll have the director correct me if I'm wrong on that. But Brett Selby Wood's just been served up. Bang. There's no net code there, Nico.
No, even with net code, it was going to hit him anyway. So
yeah, exactly. Oh, wow. Bouncing back out onto the racetrack, collected him on the return, so they've collected each other twice.
I think
car coming in behind them there.
It's good. So Josh redressed when he held back.
Yeah, but see, this is the problem, right? An incident like that where you redress, you both lose in the greater scheme of things. So they've just done themselves no favours at all.
Absolutely, and that's what we talk about in the club. You know, we try and drive as clean as we can. That's why 0 incident points are so critical for a championship, particularly. You know, if you're having 10 incident points a race, 15 incident points a race, then obviously very hard to win the championship.
Exactly, and that was the point I was making before we went to it. Cal Watmore, he was 60 bonus points down the road from Postlethwaite last season in the stock cars. That was the difference, legitimately, because Cal Watmore went with him leg for leg on race finishes, and it was possible at superior qualifying, superior clean race record, it got him home. It just goes to show that if you don't necessarily have to be the best racer to win this thing, and that's no disrespect to Glenn, of course, because he was the best there, but it's the complete package. You've got to be a good qualifier, you've got to be a clean racer, you've got to be a fast racer, and that's what the club is all about. So we continue to watch this battle now. Matt O'Grady on the run down to...
Also, racecraft, we talk about that quite often in the club. Racecraft.
All the time.
Critical. Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, you can certainly, put your nose up somewhere that it doesn't need to be sometimes. You just need to be patient. And I think it's a learning from a lot of drivers. Just be patient. It's a long race. People try and win it in the first 5-6 laps. It's a long race. Like, just take your time, put pressure on. Someone will make a mistake in front of you.
Yeah. There's all sorts of action happening behind the view that you're taking at the moment, folks, particularly down at the hairpin at turn 10. Pete Matson caught up in that, so too Josh Thomas and Jason Dunn, and there they are just at the back of your shot there. We go back to Dave Trevethan at the moment, who sits 11th. In behind him is, of course, Simon Francis. Now here's Pete Matson, Jason Dunn and Josh Thomas. We are 1/3 of the way through this race. Circling lap 9, make it lap 10 I should say, of the 45-minute race here, which, yeah, as I say, we're probably on track for 28, 29 laps based on those numbers, bearing in mind it'll probably be closer to 28 because of the pit stop. But it all depends on where Hobbo is on track when we hit that last minute of the race. If you can get back to the line within 3-4 seconds, oh, trouble there. Massive moment for Pete Matson. And, more trouble down at turn 6. That was Jason Dunn and Josh Thomas coming together. Dunn got away with it, Thomas did not. So there's a couple of incidents for us to have a look at here. No doubt Live Race Control will be enjoying these action replays as well, Nico. It'll help them make their decisions a little bit easier, I would think.
Well, actually not listening to Live Race Control because I kind of stepped out of that role. So, yeah, good
That's
luck.
right. Yeah, exactly right, 100%.
Sure there'll be plenty of protests on the Stewards page tomorrow.
I'm sure there will be. Good luck to everyone looking after that over the course of the next 7 days. Now, breaking news from Metricon Stadium on the Gold Coast. Richmond home in the semi-final. They're off to the prelim. They're off to Port Adelaide to play against the Power at the Adelaide Oval. 12-8-80 playing 6-13-49. St Kilda will rue their very poor kicking tonight. 20 shots to 19, but a 31-point margin for Richmond there in the semi-final. So in the end, Richmond had more scoring shots, but only by 1. And St Kilda's poor kicking comes back to bite them when it mattered most in the semi-finals here. Good run from St Kilda, but it wasn't to go any further. Geelong, Collingwood tomorrow night. Epic encounter in Prospect there. A winner of that game will play the Lions here at the Gabba next Saturday night. So looking forward to all of that. So Adelaide and Brisbane hosting preliminary final weekend in the AFL. It feels really weird not talking about Melbourne at this time of year in the MCG, but thank COVID, thank Daniel Andrews and whoever else you want for that dilemma. 27.5 minutes to go. Just repeating, the Raiders getting the better of the Roosters as well. So Raiders over Roosters, Tigers over Saints. Big Friday night.
Who's your tip for NRL, Zach? What do you
think? Oh, look, to be honest, I'm a Melbourne fan, Paul. I think I made that clear earlier. But I can't see anyone beating Penrith. They're just too good at the moment. They nearly let their guard down against the Roosters last week. But to be honest, they have been a class above ever since we got back from COVID, from the shutdown earlier in the season. So I think Penrith win, and I think they do it comfortably no matter who they're up against. That being said, Penrith-Canberra would be a nice hark back to 1990 if that's the grand final. Mm-hmm. Penrith and Melbourne have never met on that stage. If we see the Eels or who are they up against, the Rabbitohs, beat Penrith next week, that would be a huge surprise, and then it throws it all open. I wouldn't know who to pick. But I think Penrith, and then if Penrith don't play, I think it's Melbourne. But it all depends on, as you say, Melbourne need to account for Canberra. Penrith need to account for Parramatta or South Sydney. So none of this is easy at this time of year. But if you were to put your money on anyone at the moment, you'd go Penrith.
Yeah, I'm a Rabbitohs fan.
26 minutes to go.
They've had a good run for the last 4 games. So I'm just
They certainly have, mate.
You never know.
Absolutely. Not at all. So there's plenty of action unfolding here in Canada. As you can see on your screen there, it's lap 12. The race leader is Brenton Hobson. He's out by 2.91 seconds. Michael Schrader is next, but then, it's daylight and then some, Paul Nichols, something that Queensland doesn't understand. 16 seconds from Michael Schrader back to Jackson Rayhana. Yeah, I'm just going to get pot shots in wherever I can. Absolutely. Lap 13 of this 45-minute race. And again, we're looking at 28 laps. So keep your eyes peeled on all of that, folks. Friday night footy done and dusted. We'll update you on MotoGP and Formula 1 a little bit later on as well. And I'll come back to daylight saving because we're talking about the daylight saving for South East Queensland page. Remind me, Nico, I'll come back to it before we sign off tonight. There was a little stat there that I had to share with you. 25 minutes left here.
Do I really need to remind you?
Probably not. It's a little bit disappointing that the race has fizzled out this way. But combine it with a couple of factors. One, there have been a lot of off-track excursions from a lot of drivers already. And two, the field is not as big as we probably expected given the pre-qualifying numbers. And that is a consequence of A, as we mentioned earlier, bloody daylight saving. But B, the other factor, well, actually, okay, I'll cut some slack here. Probably not so much daylight saving the factor here as we see Brenton Hobson go around some lap traffic going into turn 10. Because let's face it, the race got underway at 9:50 our time, Eastern Daylight Time, which is 6:50 in the West. So Western Australians had plenty of opportunity to get home and get ready for that. That's not a problem for this race. It is for the other two, though. But the third factor is real world stuff starting back up again, as we said earlier. Michael Hammond's got some drift stuff there at Simmons Plains tomorrow. The Willowbank 300's on this weekend. There are a few guys where their priorities, and rightly so, lie elsewhere at the moment. Trent Lavis, on that note, back in the commentary box with us. I'm not sure how long you've been there for, mate, but thanks for sticking around. Let's talk Willowbank 300, and then we'll get your thoughts quickly on what's unfolding here. Tomorrow, huge turnout for this event. Really the kick in the right direction this event needed. Finally, the Queensland Production Car Championship have taken ownership of it, and it's going to be resurrected in a huge way. They've got the defibrillators out and everything else to pump 32 cars onto the grid tomorrow, including the skid control Nissan, I believe you guys are sporting tomorrow.
Yeah, mate, we're going to be sporting the new Nissan R35 GTR in the Invitational class, up against some pretty formidable rigs that have done multiple Bathurst 6 hours. They've been quite competitive. So we're really looking forward to the challenge up against the quality of field that's into the event. So really good to see.
I'll tell you what.
Sorry, mate.
I'll tell you, yes, you're right. I'll finish. I'll come back to you. I'll tell you what. That Class I did a preview today, and it was a bit hard to know where to go with Class I because I was told that there might be a little bit of shuffle around if, particularly the Mustangs, they fit the criteria, they fit the bill for potentially a class within production cars, particularly the Alfred entry, and I think there's one other as well. So there are a couple of Mustangs in that field, which is exciting. But in saying that, looking at the original provisional entry and seeing so many great names like Brock Giblin, like the Alfords, like you guys in Class I, it's not a regular Queensland production car class. It's been invited in to honour the dedication of the custodians of the 300, if you like. That Class I is going to be one to watch tomorrow.
Yeah, most definitely. It's going to be. I think there's going to be at least a dozen cars that are going to be within that 1 or 2 seconds of the maximum pace we can establish. So it'll be interesting to see how many cars can actually maintain that for 97 laps straight.
Yeah, exactly right. It's a massive day at the office, and of course, for the first time in event history, you've got the event being crammed into one day. They had a nighttime practice tonight. The event gets crammed into one day. They're on track at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. The race starts at 5:55 tomorrow afternoon. That's Queensland time again for those of you down in there in New South Wales. So you've got the whole event being squeezed into one. It's being run under the lights for the first time in Willowbank 300 history. Of course, we're separating that from the CAMS or Motorsport Australia sanctioned Fight in the Night events. And therefore it's also being run on a Saturday for the first time. So there's a lot of history at stake there tomorrow, and it's the biggest field on the grid since 2015, mate. You're in good company.
Sorry, mate, just had to fish a bug out of my spicy cola. Yeah, it's going to be a very cool event. We're really looking forward to the challenge. The fact that it's all in one day is going to make for a very long day. It's going to be some weary eyes at the end of the day. I think we're getting there at 7 a.m. And the race is scheduled to finish around 8:39. So it's going to be a very long day. And if anyone in Southeast Queensland's around, I believe QR have notified that earlier today there's going to be free entry for spectators. So well worthwhile coming
in. Another surprising event for this year, stuff you never thought you'd hear, is free entry at QR for a race meeting. Unbelievable. It's great. So that'll encourage a few more people to come down, no doubt. They should have had it free entry a couple of weeks ago because the lineup tomorrow is far better than what they had a couple of weeks ago. However, my gripe aside, as far as the skid control boys are concerned, and this is the last question I'll ask you on this because I need to come back to this battle. In fact, leave it with me, Trent. I'll come back to you. Troy Cox is all over the back of Michael Angus here. That's the battle you're watching for 6th and 7th on the racetrack at the moment. Keep an eye on that. That's what we want to keep our eyes on here as they head back across the line. 19 minutes and 35 seconds to go. A lot playing out in the battle for the minor placings at the moment, reminding you that Brenton Hobson's the leader by a significant margin, 3.9 seconds over his teammate Michael Schreier. They are 20 seconds down the road from this battle that you're watching on your screen here, which is the battle for third. It's Angus and Cox. Rayhana's in behind them. We're in the middle of the pit stop window here. As Nick explained to us earlier, about lap 15 was that critical number. If you can get to lap 15, you're going to be okay. Cox off the circuit. That'll do it. And that gives Michael Angus some breathing space, which gives me an opportunity to come back to you, Trent Lavis. The interesting thing for mine tomorrow, you guys at Skid Control are obviously the defending champions in what was a very poor field last year, but at the same time, you've got to be in it to win it. And you guys did a sterling job of that, won it by a country mile. One of the biggest, if not the biggest, winning margin in Willowbank 300 history. However, there's obviously no doubt been some conversations about how to go about the title defence, but I would hazard a guess, and correct me if I'm wrong here, given the calibre of the field that is assembled around you, and given the fact that you guys are in Class I and not the outright Class X, that your aim tomorrow is strictly to grab Class I's, and then what you can salvage outright would no doubt be a bonus.
Yeah, that's right. I think an overall podium would be an exceptional outcome. Oh, let's crack it past just here.
Excellent move, yeah. So that's Jackson Rayhana very nicely getting the job done there on the inside, heading onto the main straight. That's actually very well done.
Yeah, nice.
Very well done. We'll have a look at it again here down into turn 14, and then I'll come back to you, Trent. Sorry, mate. But he set it up nicely to Jackson Rayhana here. Played the fool, didn't he? He said, look, I'm going to just put the nose up on the outside here in the hope that he'll come across to block me, and then I'm going to dart up the inside. So he played the sucker role there, and it proved to be a beneficial move from Jackson Rayhana. Up on the inside, up into position number 4. Next target down the road is Michael Angus, and it's only, at 1.8 seconds between the two at the moment. So it's looking good for Jackson Rayhana here to try and salvage an outright podium. I mean, let's be honest though, Trent, at the moment, it's a purely a race for third, given how far out in front Hobbo and his teammate Michael Schreier are.
Yeah, that's right. It's going to be a best race for the best of the rest at the moment. Looks like the boys are having a bit of a tussle down here at the hairpin. Jackson's got the best team at the moment. Oh, he's made a little mistake. He's got a run on him now.
Oh, that might give Rayhana the chance here in the slipstream, because when you make a mistake at 10 at the circuit, Jill Villeneuve, it compromises your run down the entire casino straight, and Angus is finding that out the tough way here. Down the inside goes Jackson Rayhana, up to third. Goes the 57 at this point in time. That'll put him back on the podium, and we've got 16 and a half minutes on the clock, if that.
Yeah, definitely making the benefit of the side draft there of these V8 supercars. Makes a huge difference get nice and close to the side of the car beside you and pulls you down, pulls you across, and get you steady.
As I've been watching live time, I haven't been able to watch the iRacing service, so I can tell you that Kester Ward disconnected early, Brett Selby Wood disconnected early, Simon Francis disconnected early as well. So of the 24 that were in the server at the start, or 23 I should say, we have just 20 left at this point in time. So the leader is Brenton Hobson from Michael Schreier, 5.7 the margin now. So Hobbo's not as comfortable as he was last week, but an inch is as good as a mile, particularly in these cars. Trent, we're going to let you go soon, mate, because as you say, it's a massive day tomorrow. You need some sleep, and then you'll probably no doubt need some caffeine tomorrow morning and some spicy cola last thing tomorrow night. Obviously, there were so many different elements to the race this year, and I look forward to hearing all about it. I can't be there due to some rugby league commitments with the radio station, but looking forward to hearing all about it, particularly from your standpoint, because it must feel weird going to a racetrack, knowing that you're going to a racetrack tomorrow morning and not suiting up. You're going to be calling the shots from the pit lane. Yeah,
mate, it's going to be a bit of a different role, but my experience with spreadsheet skills, being an engineer at the end of the day, is probably going to be pretty put to use, and get some cool strategy calls, and I've already got some little models and things like that set up for the boys to optimise our strategy. So it's got to be a cool day and a bit of fun, and I get to use my brain for it instead of throwing it out the window when I put the helmet on.
Yeah, exactly right, 100%. And just quickly, how are the boys faring with nighttime experience? Because that's one of the great unknowns about this year's race.
If you get to jump on the Skid Control Facebook page, have a look at the car. We've got some blue neons and light up numbers and things like that.
Very nice.
The car. It's going to look very, very cool. So nighttime a bit tricky, spotting your brake markers and turning points and things like that. But QA have done a good job lighting up the edges of the track with these little LEDs. So it's sort of like driving down a runway. Oh, we got a bit of a moment.
Oh, lock up! Michael Angus just gathered it up, but that's going to give Cox a run down on the inside to turn 10. We'll come back to you, Trent. Hold the phone. Cox is going to fourth down on the inside of Angus on the run to turn 10. Can he get him on the brakes? Yes, he can, because Angus locks up going into 10. So Cox moves to fourth. Michelle V-Power entry going along nicely at the moment. Trent, continue on.
Awesome pressure driving there by Coxie.
Magnificent.
He just pushed him into a mistake, unforced error, and capitalised on it. Oh, he's got to run on him down into the chicane here.
A fight back on the outside. Cox isn't going to make it easy for him. And he rides the curb through there, and he holds the spot. So Angus, for now, is pushing it uphill. Cox, the pressure's off at this point in time. Nick has just jumped back into the broadcast booth as well. Your bloke's sitting pretty. He's got to third, and he's pulled away. He's 3 seconds ahead of this battle for fourth at the moment that we've been watching.
Yeah, I had to keep on top of the fuel numbers and all sorts of things, and had to really super spot on the first lap. There's the iRacing has a spotter, but they don't call little things like how far you're clear by or who's looking or anything like that. So they just tell you if there's a car left or a car right. So I had to do a bit of extra work from him. That's why I didn't get in till now. But once we got him clear of those cars, he's doing well. He's actually one of the guys who travelled one of the furthest on a tank. So I'm very happy with that too. So he's doing quite well.
Exactly. And just quickly before we let you go back, as I assume that's what you're going to do.
Yep.
The fact of the matter is, no Michael Hammond tonight. Merritt's made some mistakes. So too is Angus. So Rayhana, in a race where Hobbo and Schreier are as clear as they are, and we're right on board with Brenton now coming back across the line with 12 minutes to go exactly. Third is about the best he could aim for, and he's set out and proved it so far.
Well, 26 seconds back off of Schreier and 33 off the leader. Yeah, third is the best he could do, 100%. Doing a very good job at it.
Yes, absolutely. So Michael Schreier sitting there in second at the moment. The margin is 7.1. Nick, if you need to go back to Jackson, we'll check in with you post-race, mate. Come back and see us. All right, so Nico Pop in race guest comments from him. Trent Lavis, we might let you go as well, mate. Massive day tomorrow. Good luck. We wish you boys all the best. And, of course, we'll follow all the action on Skid Controls throughout the day, I assume.
Yeah, mate, keep an eye on the socials. And if anyone's in the area and wants to come out and watch some awesome racing. There's other classes there during the day as well. So there's going to be action on the track pretty much the whole day, all the way up until 9 p.m. at night. So free entry, come out and check it out.
Indeed. Final round, of course, of the Queensland Touring Car Championship and the Australian Trans Am Series tomorrow. So we wish everyone involved in all of that the very best of luck. Trent Lavis, well done on your performance earlier in the stock car race as well, mate. We'll catch up with you next week, Phillip Island. We're looking forward to that. And I know that's one of your favourite circuits after your success there in the GT race.
Yeah, mate. Phillip Island's my jam. My braking ability seems to be what gets me through getting some pace out of the place, no matter what car I'm in. So actually looking forward to giving Dennis a bit of a hurry up in the GT cars after my win over him on Tuesday night where I towed him. So keen to give him another towel up in the Gentleman Series.
Well, you got in a lot of us to enjoy for the GTs, and then of course the stock cars at Phillip Island. So a big week next week, mate. Well done. Thanks again.
Thanks, gents. Take care.
Great to have Trent Lavis dropping on by to have a chat with us. I read to mention also QR Sports and Sedans and also Production Sports on the schedule there tomorrow at Queensland Raceway. So good luck to all and sundry out there. And I was going to say, just halfway through all of our broadcast here, the great Mark Jones jumped into the broadcast booth behind me, so I might even just have a quick chat with Jonesy at the end of the broadcast as well. We are inside the final 10 minutes now. He's a busy boy today. He's already been on the ABC, so we'll get his thoughts on what's happening in the big weekend of motorsport. Just recapping, Formula 1 practice washed out. Practice 1 at the Nürburgring, and MotoGP, Bradley Smith topping practice 1 at Le Mans. Again, a wet session, so it looks like wet weather could be a factor right throughout the course of the weekend. Doesn't matter whether you're in France or Germany. Let's have a look at this battle. This is Matt O'Grady at the moment, sitting in 8th. It's just ahead of Dave Trevathan. That's the battle for 8th and 9th. 0.8 of a second is all that splits that. Michael Angus back in behind them in 10th place. It really hasn't been his night, has it? Troy Cox sits in 4th. John Merritt is 5th. There's 8 seconds between them. Rick Sibra is 6th, again 6 seconds back. He's 2.5 seconds clear of Dan Cistolato, who is 4 seconds clear of Matt O'Grady and Dave Trevathan, which is the battle we are watching now. This is literally the closest battle of anyone in the top 10. Which, Paul Nichols, as I welcome you back into this, sorry we haven't had a chance to chat to you in the last 10 minutes. There's been a lot going on, but it's unfortunate that this is the closest battle in the top 10 full stop. But it looks like it's one that might just go down to the wire if Trevathan can go with Matt O'Grady here. But O'Grady's just edged clear a little bit on this last lap.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the cream rises to the top as usual. So you look at Brenton up the top there.
Yes.
Michael Schreier, teammates, 8 seconds off Brenton. So and Jackson's done really well. So Jackson's 37 seconds behind. You've got Troy Cox. The guys that are still running, fantastic. Well done to keep going. I mean, it's probably a little bit demoralising to be a lap down or a minute 30 off the lead, but keep going. You never know what can happen.
No, you certainly do not. Stick around with us, folks. 8 minutes left here, and then massive post-race show. We'll chat to Brenton Hobson. We'll probably chat to Michael Schreier as well. We'll definitely grab Jackson Rayhana for a yarn. There will be a couple of other drivers that no doubt jumping. Broadkill! Into the wall! In the background, you saw it on the live shot there. Coming out of the hairpin through turn 11, that uphill left-hand rise. We'll ride with him now and have a look at this, Paul Nichols.
Yeah, he's just done on his own.
Looks like he just caught a little bit of curb.
Yeah, caught the curb. Too much right foot. And there you go.
And that's the thing. It's a centimetre perfect sort of game, isn't it? I mean, we can ride the curb, but if you grab that throttle a tenth of a second before you're supposed to, you're a passenger.
Absolutely, and these cars are like 600 horsepower, so you lose a bit of traction left rear, it's going to spin you. So unfortunately, that happened to Grant there. He's still go, which is good.
Indeed, he is. As I said, 7 minutes to go here. Post-race show will also include updated championship points, production cars, stock cars, supercars. Adam Lavis working on that for us tonight. We'll be working on the supercar points as soon as the race is done. Nico will nominate his drivers of the night. Look ahead to what is a massive weekend, not just for the club, but also as far as motorsport is concerned. We'll update you around the grounds, and we'll look ahead to the next week of Gentleman Sim Racing Club broadcasting events and the calendar of races that will bring you over the next 7 days, and there's plenty on, let me tell you. 7 races coming up, 3 courses, 3 continents. What to be excited about Monday, Wednesday, Friday next week. Here's Dave Trevathan still trying to give Matt O'Grady a hurry up. 6 minutes to go here. Brenton Hobson cleared by 8.6 at the front of the field, and Jackson Rayhana, a very distant third. He's half a minute behind Michael Schreier, which, I mean, as Nico said, it's not really a surprise when you've got drivers of the calibre of Hobson and Schreier who live and breathe this stuff at simulator level. Absolutely toweling it up. Rayhana is third. And let's be honest, this has been Rayhana's best performance as well. Yes, there's not the competition around him there has been in the recent weeks. No Michael Hammond. We've detailed John Merritt and Michael Angus's respective issues, but Rayhana still had to be switched on for the whole 45 minutes to be sitting where he is now, and this has been really impressive from him, not just to get by Troy Cox and John Merritt, Paul Nichols, but to pull away as well, and he's out in front of them by 5 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Nico's been doing some coaching. Oh, he's just lost it. Nico's been doing some coaching with Jackson, and it's certainly paying off, I think. Nico has certainly got a skill, a lot of good ideas about race pace and fuel strategies and stuff, so I think it's really paying off for Jackson.
Indeed. 4 3/4 minutes to go here. Montreal, the venue, Circuit Gilles Villeneuve, and a lot to look forward to in the closing stage, particularly to see if Trevathan and O'Grady can continue their duel right to the line. Adam Lavis will touch base with us after the race as well. As I say, Jackson Rayhana, Brenton Hobson, Michael Schreier. A lot happening here. 4 minutes and 7 seconds on the clock. So that should be, well, let's see where Brenton Hobson... He should be getting back to the line with, what is it going to be, 4 minutes to go. So that's going to be 3 laps. No change, 3 laps will go a little bit over the 45-minute mark. 41 and 4.6 last time by the line, so that gives you, a little over, I should say. 3 minutes 55 to go. There are minute 35 lap times around here. In fact, last time around, if I have a look at the live timing screen, I've been looking at both the servers rather than the timing. Last time around was 1:36.8. So again, it's definitely going to edge into that 46 minute for Brenton Hobson. 3 laps to go. Montreal, Canada, a circuit that's thrown up some great racing tonight. A little bit lackluster on the supercar front, but again, Nico, this is the category that everyone wanted to be a part of. Maybe not so much as the Porsches and the GT3. They've certainly maintained their interest level, but the supercars had just as many interested in the pre-qualifying process as well, and that might have something to do with where we go for week 10.
Yeah, absolutely. I think V8 supercars, particularly in Australia, they're and New Zealand as well, Australasia, they're certainly, I suppose, the butter on the bread, you'd call it. Everyone wants to drive them, and they're a super hard car to drive. Really very consistent. You've got the guys up front there, very consistent drivers. Hobbo can jump in any car, but he's certainly one of the guys who can handle a car with a lot of power and not much grip.
Indeed, that is the case. So Dan Siciliano, he sits the 7th at this point in time, and he's trying to make a move on Rick Sibra. So finally we've got a second battle to talk about here. Can he get down the inside? No, he can't. Rick Sibra holds the line for the moment, so that is a battle worth noting. All of a sudden we've got 2 battles on the circuit, 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th. We are inside 2 minutes to go here at the circuit Gilles Villeneuve. Friday Night Motorsport Gentlemen Sim Racing Club. No, not yet. Siciliano will have to be patient just for the moment. Brenton Hobson, Michael Schreier, Jackson Rayhana, Troy Cox, John Merritt, the top 5. We're here with thanks to Central Coast Subaru, LJ Hooker Gained, Racecraft, Flash Graphics, Ocular and Simple Sim Computers on SimShed Broadcasting this Friday night. Siciliano now being made to work for it, go the long way around, the outside of the rundown to turn 13. Can't get the job done just yet. Can Siciliano find a way by? Will Sibra make a mistake? 2 to go in Montreal. So next time by will be the last lap for Brenton Hobson. We are running out of time here. Lap 27 in the books. Next time he crosses the line, and that will be the start of lap 28. He has been in complete control from go to woe, and you shouldn't be by this annihilation of the competition around him. He's out over 10 seconds clear of Michael Schreier now. Lap 28. So we got to the number that we suspected we might. We knew it wasn't going to be 30. We knew it was going to be more than 25 based on the fact that these cars were faster than the stock cars and that we didn't have a competition caution. That number is 28. Brenton Hobson is going to collectively win 2 of his races tonight by in excess of 70 seconds. Except this one will be 13 and the other one was 58. I mean, just extraordinary pace from this bloke tonight. You put him in a Mustang, quick. You put him in a stock car, impressive. You put him in a supercar, and it's just next level.
He'd be quick in a scooter.
Yeah, he would be, actually. Now, there you go. iRacing. Can we go scooter racing?
The Vespa racing.
Oh, dear. Oh, yeah, why not? Put him on a whippersnipper, he'd be fast. Just extraordinary. The checkered flag will fly this time by right on lawnmower racing. That's where it's at. Absolutely.
Or a truck.
Maybe just put him in the Olympic velodrome. Fantastic. Brenton Hobson down the casino straight for the last time. The Wall of Champions hasn't claimed him tonight, and he is going to be the champion as a result. Last turn, checkered flag, Montreal, Canada. Doesn't matter whether it's America or North American soil. This bloke tops the crop. Brenton Hobson wins in Canada. That is a dominant performance. Round 3 of the Stockcar Racing Supercar Series for the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. And Michael Schreier clips the wall on the exit of 14 the last time. He goes second. As I said, doesn't matter whether it's America or anywhere in North America, particularly Canada, that bloke is the man to beat. Here is Jackson Rayhana. So we've had 2 rounds in the USA, 1 round in Canada. Brenton Hobson's established himself as the bloke to beat in this championship, but by gee, this was an impressive performance from Jackson Rayhana tonight. A distant third, but a comfortable third at the same time, if ever there's such a thing. Rayhana rounds out the podium. That is a superb drive from him on a night where the spotlight might not have shone so brightly on him because all of the eyes and all of the focus was on Brenton Hobson. But by gee, that was good to watch. So Hobson getting the job done. Schreier in second, Rayhana third. Of course, it's important to note that despite the fact that the teammates, Schreier runs a Ford, so it's a Holden Ford. Holden, 1, 2, 3 there. Hobson from Schreier, Rayhana, then John Merritt and Rick Sibra. So Sibra held on over Siciliano. Matt O'Grady held on over Dave Trevathan comfortably in the end, about 5 seconds. So, looking down the order, there'll be about 18 finishes here. James Boardman logging out late. Trouble on the last lap. Troy Cox out of fuel, I would think. Have a look at this. Troy Cox is limping to the line. Would you believe that? This is live. And he is getting a push to the line from a very understanding friend behind him. And this is going to be Troy Cox limping to the line. The last car on the lead lap. Instead of being up in about 4th position, he's going to come home in 10th. And he gets a push all the way to the line from the car behind him, which I think is the 15 there, of James Boardman, who was 6 laps down and actually did still finish the race, believe it or not. So he's going to come across the line 6 laps down, and Cox is going to get pushed over the line to finish in position number 10. What might have been a top 5 ends up being barely a top 10. What about that? There's the results. Hobson from Schreier, Rayhana Merritt Sibra, Siciliano, O'Grady, Trevor Than, and Angus, with Cox rounding out the top 10. What about that from Troy Cox? I mean, that's just extraordinary. And Michael Angus fighting back after what wasn't a great night, but nevertheless. Tim Harris, Aidan Rice, Simon Ferris, Jason Dunn, Matthew Cowie made up the top 15. Then Pete Matson, Grant Gill, David Kirby, James Boardman, and Josh Thomas made up the field. Over the page, Simon Francis, Brett Selby-Wood, Kester Ward, all early retirements. In fact, only the 4 retirements in the end. Thomas Francis, Selby-Wood, and Ward there for you. A little bit of chitter-chatter happening in the background here, so we'll get to these guys in just a moment. Brenton Hobson's in the house. We'll get to him in just a moment as well. Replay is about to fire on your screen here. Gentlemen Sim Racing Club, SimShed Broadcasting. We are here with thanks to Central Coast Subaru, LJ Cook, Gaindar, Racecraft, Flash Graphics, Ocular, and Simple Sim Computers. And, of course, that race in particular brought to you by Stone Cold Racing, as are the replays you're about to see now. Let's go and have a chat to Brenton Hobson first up, and rightly so, because across the course of the night, Brenton, you marginally lost the stock car race. 2 from 3 other than that. The production car race by the length of the circuit, pretty much. 58 seconds. And then 14 seconds here over Michael Schreier and the supercars. Collectively, your 2 race wins tonight have come with a margin of 72 seconds. You must be happy.
Yeah, when you put it like that, it sounds bad, eh?
Sounds massive, doesn't it? No, well done, mate. I mean, as we said in the call, it doesn't matter whether it's America itself or North America in general, USA, Canada, doesn't matter. 3 from 3 to start the season. You're in fine form.
Yeah, that was probably the worst of my 3 races so far. It was a little bit...
And that's saying something.
Yeah, I ploughed off the track and got a slowdown at the last corner and an off track, which made me furious because it was my first one for the night. And that makes this race the worst of the 3, so we don't pick up the bonus points there, but we still get the poles. We actually swept the poles tonight, so that was pretty good. I was happy with that. And we got the 2 race wins. We got a lot of bonus points on the way. It's not quite maximised, but I mean, it's hard to complain.
Let's talk about, very quickly, that stock car pole position. The 1-lap shootout. You got out onto the circuit, you went bang, and 0.002 of a second is all that separated you and Cal Watmore. I said in the call, you'll be amazed but chuffed that you've got the job done over Watmore. Unfortunately, you just weren't able to go with him in the race there in the closing stages, but by G, you gave him one hell of a push.
Yeah, it was great just to be able to have a race with him. The pole was surprising. He was late into the service, so he's probably still rubbing sleep out of his eyes or something. I'm not sure, but that lap in qualifying would not be representative of his pace if he was up to speed. But I mean, we were in the same position, I guess, because I was really late getting in as well because of the production car race, so it might have leveled us a little bit. But yeah, I mean, I was pretty happy with the lap that I managed to get out of it that quickly. I was about half a second off what I should have done. I sprayed turn 1 really bad. So there was a heap more time there, which makes it even more surprising that we managed to land on pole. But the race itself, I pushed hard early. I just thought I had genuine speed over him, perhaps because I was able to pull a bit of a gap, and I think that I hurt the tyres because within about a lap, those guys caught me back up and were all over me and passing me. And I just knew at that point that I wasn't going to be able to beat them in a fisticuffs deal head-to-head. So we played some strategy, and it put us in a spot to at least have a go at it. But like, huge kudos to Cal. He was fuel compromised, and the dude's just unbelievable with his throttle control off the corners. Everywhere he had to be good, he was excellent. Everywhere else he could save and hold me up because I couldn't get past, he was fine, and could do that. But where he needed to be good, he was excellent. So good on him.
Yeah, absolutely. And just quickly, thank you to you for the access you've given us tonight. Of course, having a chat to us while racing, let's be honest, Sunday cruising in the Mustang. And then, of course, coming back and having a chat to us after the supercars there. So, on reflection, first 3 rounds in the books, all looking pretty good. Now, Phillip Island, next task for the supercar at least. Let's focus on that, and then we'll worry about the production car and the stock car a little bit later on. But the supercar, you've got a winning streak going here. Can you continue it next week?
Well, I would hope so because I tried to qualify for the E Series and it was at Phillip Island. I've probably done 1 billion laps around there lately in this car, so I should have my eye in down there. It should be a pretty good race for me, I think, Phillip Island. I mean, my mate Michael, though, I'll tell you, the last few weeks have probably looked pretty much like a walk-in, but the guy's got serious pace, so it's only a matter of time till he lights it up and does a really good race, and Phillip Island's a good track for him too. So I've got the edge on him with seat time in the car at the minute, but I mean, if he flicks the switch, he gave me a run in the back half of the first stint here tonight. I couldn't gap him, so who knows? Next week might be the week.
This is exactly right. Now, let's quickly focus on the supercar for a moment. We were talking, Paul Nichols and I, during the call, and I know Nico's still there, but his mic's on mute at the moment. We'll get back to him for driver of the day and that sort of stuff shortly. When we talk about your performance here, Brenton, we're taking into consideration that you and Michael have been the real clear standouts of the field so far over the last 3 weeks. Jackson Rayhana was third tonight, but you take into the consideration the absence of Michael Hammond, the mistakes by John Merritt and a couple of others, Troy Cox running light on fuel there at the very end. There were so many different determining factors, but one notable for me, when you look back at round 1, round 2, round 3, declining grids. Are you a little bit surprised by the fact that we've had such a decline, given how much of an interest there was in this series in pre-qualifying only 3 weeks ago? I mean, obviously, there's a tremendous emphasis on getting involved in round 10, but what do you put it down to? Is it a combination of dying interest because, well, hang on, it's a little bit harder than we thought it was going to be, or real-world commitments coming back into play, or both?
I think they're both probably relevant factors, to be honest. It's not uncommon in any series to see a fadeaway in participation. That's pretty standard most of the time in anything. I guess, like, me coming out and winning by half a minute probably doesn't help some people's interest, I guess. But, I mean, the cars are difficult. I don't know the experience level of all these guys in here. I haven't raced with pretty much any of the guys in this league much. So,
yeah.
I mean, you might be right. Maybe it's a case of, we might be able to be competitive in this car and then realise it's actually a monster of a thing to try and be fast in. It could be a factor too. I hope it doesn't dwindle too much. I know there's another split. Maybe they can start combining numbers, but I mean, I hope it doesn't end up being that way. I think you'll find the more laps people put into them, the faster everyone gets. So hopefully we sort of see, even if we see a bit of a condensed field, perhaps we might start to see it close up a little bit with any luck. But they're a difficult car to they're an easy car to drive, a difficult car to master.
And you've been a great exponent of how to master them. There's no doubt about that. Since you are here, let's talk about the level of commitment required to drive this circuit. We saw a couple of onboards and a couple of replays there a few moments ago of you literally riding the curb and riding them on 2 wheels. A lot of commitment required to get every tenth out of the car around this 4.36 kilometre Gilles Villeneuve circuit. Yeah,
that's another thing that I was going to mention about tonight, may have been a factor as well, is it's a difficult track.
Yes.
It's pretty unforgiving. There's not a lot of places you can spear off without having a huge problem. And if you want to be fast around here, you have to scrape the mirrors off the thing in a few spots, and you have to launch curbs and time everything perfect, because it doesn't take a lot around here to get it majorly wrong. And if you're pushing the slowdowns around here, will bite you very hard very quickly as well. So it's a commitment track. I love it. It's probably one of my favorites because it's like that, but I can see that being a drama for a lot of people. You sort of just got to try and drive it like the walls aren't there and not be afraid of them. But I mean, they'll hurt you every time if you get too close.
Indeed, they will. Nicely done, mate. Let's quickly tackle Monday night, because we said we'd have a chat to you at some point about that. We may as well do it now. The Mercedes compared to the Ferrari. I mean, it hasn't been an easy transition for you in any stretch of the imagination. Certainly, you'd be getting a little bit frustrated because they put an anchor on you with the Merc in the last balance of performance update halfway through the championship. Dennis ended up getting the job done there. That was season 2. Turn your attention to season 3. You swap cars, and it's turning out to be just as much of a nightmare. Is it a combination of you being so comfortable with the Merc and the Ferrari being a little bit different, or is it something else that I'm not seeing based on what we're seeing on the images on a Monday night?
I think, well, there's a few factors, and you sort of nailed a couple of them. I mean, the Merc probably matches my driving style more, my technique, because it's a sort of balance that I'm used to driving. I'm just not used to the way that the engine is positioned in the Ferrari makes it drive very differently, and I just have not been able to get my head around it. It doesn't drive the way I expect it to drive. I kind of explain it like in the Merc, I feel like I could drive at 110% without crashing, and that wasn't quite good enough. In this car, I can drive it anywhere up to about 90%, but above that, I've got no control. And it's sort of fairly evenly matched, like for pace, the two, but I cannot get that last 10% out of the car without having problems. I couldn't race on Monday this week because I had a wheel failure. So that combined with two major issues in the first two rounds sort of already puts me out of the championship in the GTs. So I'm not really overly inclined to keep coming back at this stage with that being said. But yeah, it's been another thing though. I think that the competition level's risen. I've seen that in a lot of leagues that I've raced in, and I think that the field is tightening up over there in the GT cars. There's a lot of guys that can rock up on the night and win. So I mean, that's good for racing. That's what you want to see.
Well, this is exactly right. That being said, if you're not inclined to come back as a driver, feel free to come back and lend your hands as a GT expert in the commentary box. We're always looking for an extra voice or two so that people aren't stuck listening to me for 45 minutes at 120 decibels. Final thoughts on tonight, obviously, couldn't have gone much better. And it bodes well for the next 7 weeks. There are a couple of interesting circuits in there, and especially, I think, when you get to week 5 and the Stockcar Series starts visiting a different sequence of circuits to what the Supercar Series, that throws in a whole different challenge yet again, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it does. I've got a lot of experience, so I've driven at most tracks. There's not really too much that comes at me that throws me for a loop. The hard thing for me is just transitioning between the 3 cars, the stock car in particular. I mean, the thing's just different, and when you've got guys like Cal and Trent in there, that it's too hard to just rock up and be there or thereabouts. You just got to be on it to be able to match it with those guys. They're so good. So, and of course Michael as well. So, yeah, the stock car's the one that's tricky, and that's the one that will cause me grief every week. But I relish the challenge. I look forward to it. So, tracks, I mean, yeah, I've been around all of them a few times now. So, it is what it is with the tracks. I don't mind a bit of variety, so I don't even know what's coming up. We'll just wing it each week and go for it.
Just on the subject of stock cars, I've just had Paul Nichols nominate you as driver of the day, hands down, across all 3. He's not even bothered giving me any sort of deciphering between race to race. He's just said, Hobbo, hands down, for the lot. Just give it to him. But on the subject of the stock cars, I mentioned during the call, was that one of your more satisfying stock car performances, given that when you've had a win per se, it's been as a result of misfortune for Watmore or even Glenn Postlethwaite, yet tonight you were able to go with Cal all the way. Yes, it wasn't a win, but by gee, you were very close. Do you rate that, even though it's the second, do you rate that higher than maybe the wins you've grabbed as a result of their misfortunes?
I think the drive was pretty good. Like, yeah, I'm happy with the drive, so that's always the thing. But I know a couple of the race wins I had were like significant left of field strategy calls that got me to the line, and that sort of stuff I feel like is pretty rewarding when you do something that's way outside of the box. I've done a few of those that have completely burnt me as well. Like, sometimes that's what happens, but again tonight, really, it was just a different strategy call that put me in with a chance. It's just that it was the opposite way around to how it's worked for me in the past. Often it's me that's trundling around, saving fuel, hanging on. Whereas tonight I was in the aggressive position with the better tyres and not having to fuel save. So it's sort of a role reversal. But I mean, to be satisfying, I want to go out and go toe to toe with Cal and Glenn, although he's not here now. But beat those guys on the track 1-on-1 in the same strategy position would be ideal. That would be rewarding to be able to beat those guys in an even match off, but it's not really plausible because once you put us in the same position, those guys are so good. So, I mean, do I rate the drive tonight? Yeah, I do. But I mean, I probably wouldn't put it necessarily above any others that I've done in particular. And just quickly, like, I'm humbled with the driver of the day thing. That's cool. But I mean, there's some guys out there that did a really good job tonight, by all means, too. Like Michael did well. He ran well in both the cars he raced in. Jackson as well. I mean, Jackson's just I'm worried about him because he hasn't been doing it for long and he's constantly punching out big results. So we've got him for lap speed at the moment, but I mean he's consistent and he's always thereabouts, and he's only going to get faster. So I can see a problem on the horizon with him. But a few guys out there did a great job tonight. Like just because I raced all three and podium all three of them, there's still other guys out there that had good individual performances too.
I'm pretty sure I see where you're going there with Jackson. It all comes down to experience and time, and they go hand in hand. And as you say, the tenths will come, the results will come, and as you say, he will be a problem for you. But from a show standpoint, from a commentator standpoint, that's a battle I very much look forward to. Brenton, well done this week, mate. We'll let you go. Congratulations, a first, a second, a first, and very nearly the clean sweep. We've been talking about the potential for that all season long. Looking forward to seeing the battle between you and Mr. Hammond resume next Friday night.
Yeah, 100%. It was a little bit of a shame he wasn't here for the production cars. I was looking forward to it, but he obviously had something else on. So next week, we'll lock horns and go again.
We certainly will, mate, and we'll catch up with you Wednesday night. I think you're back on the grid for the Porsches, yeah?
This week, I plan to be back for Wednesday night. Yeah, it should be good fun. I like that track too.
Excellent. Yeah, no, it will be good fun right at Atlanta, no doubt about that. Well done, mate. Thanks again. Let's throw the conversation around. Got a few guys here with their mics on mute. If you're available for me to come to you, just unmute your mic, boys, and that'll make this conversation a little bit easier. I might start at the top and work my way down. Adam Lavis, I believe I'm going to be right to go with championship points here as soon as I'm ready.
Indeed.
All right, all three done. They're coming your way very shortly here on SimShed Broadcasting. We are past 11 o'clock on the East Coast. Well, the smart parts of the East Coast in Australia. We will get to the championship points soon, and we'll wrap things up, obviously, with the supercar race starting at 9:50. It pushes the broadcast out towards that 11:15 mark, but we'll throw the conversation around here. Let's go to Aidan Rice because his mic is lit up and ready to go. 12th in the end, a lap down. There were a few of you in good company there. It's a difficult circuit, as Brenton was just explaining. Aidan, what do you make of the night that was?
Yeah, look, absolutely. It's this is only my third race in the supercar, and it's as Brendan said, it's you know you can drive it, but it's very difficult to master, and you know this track, yeah, it'll bite if you take one step too far to the left. Yeah, look, we
Correct.
started we qualified 18th, ended up finishing 12th, which was really good. I was really out for some consistency this week. I was actually aiming to go top split in the Porsche and go second split in the V8s, but I've actually inverted that, and I was a little
The other way, yeah.
Yeah.
I just quickly too, with what you were saying there, and what Brenton was saying as well. I think one of the draw cards for this series is simply that it is supercars. It's what we're used to. We see it. It's absolutely smashed into our face on the television here. It's saturated, and I think a lot of drivers are like, okay, let's emulate our heroes, but we can do it in a cheaper, far more suitable environment at home on a Friday night. And as you say, you're finding as you get into the swing of things how difficult it is to drive. So yes, the appeal's there. And the draw card is that it is the top echelon of Australian motorsport. There's no arguments about that. But is it frustrating that you're not able to jump in and just be bang on the pace, or are you enjoying that challenge?
Nah, look, I'm absolutely enjoying just learning, racecraft, learning, how to balance the car virtually, so to speak, and yeah, I'm learning with nearly every meter I cover on the track, and racing in this club and racing with the guys. It's so inclusive. and it's it's such a great environment for to learn, and it's a really humbling environment as well when you see the likes of the Hobbo just reeling you in a second per straight. But I respect that, and I respect the hours that these guys put in, and I get out of it what I put in, and but it's great battling with the regulars every week, and there's some great banter in and around the Discord and on the Facebook pages as well. And look, I encourage anybody who's got access to the service to definitely jump on with this club.
Absolutely, and of course the pre-qualifying split proved how popular the interest in this category was, and it'd be nice to see a big grid there for that last event at Mount Panorama on I think it's November the 27th. So looking forward to all of that. Aidan, thoughts quickly on what's ahead next week? Obviously the Porsches. You head to the Road Atlanta circuit, and also. Yes, I've just got a message here that the split 2 was won by 52 seconds. So Rob Carmichael will be joining us very shortly there. But firstly, thoughts on Road Atlanta and also Phillip Island, which is where we go next for the supercars.
Yeah, look, I've only done the short track in the MX5 in Road Atlanta. So really looking forward to getting the Porsche in and around there, and supercars around Phillip Island. Is there anything more Australian? All we need is Mark Scaife in the joining us on the grid, and I think we've got a pretty iconic event, right?
I'm glad you said on the grid, not in the commentary box, not while I'm here anyway.
I nearly did.
Aidan, thank you. I'll let you go before you do slip up, and well done. We'll check base again next week. Well done. Let's throw the conversation around. Let's bring in our split 2 winner, Rob Carmichael. You've had an interesting night because you went all right in the production car race. It didn't end too well, but then we turned that around. You go into split 2 of the supercars, the development series, and you towed up by 52 seconds. So you've done to split 2 of the supercars what Brenton Hobson did to the production car field tonight.
Yeah, mate, I had a bit of fun out there. I thought I might have got Brenton at turn 2 or turn 1 and hit the production cars, but snapped her into first, mate, and she rotated on me, so that wasn't too good. But I don't know, just don't drive the V8, mate, so I just jumped in there and had some fun, and I was coaching some guys when I was in there as well. So all about helping the other members, which is good fun.
I don't suppose you happen to have the results from server 2 on you while we talk to you here?
Give me 2 seconds.
All right, I'll let you dig that one up just while you do, and I'll come back to you very shortly. Let me throw the conversation around here to actually James Boardman. Are you available? If you are, just unmute your microphone there, mate. And if you are available, come to you. If not, let's go to actually he is available, so let's go to him now. James, I believe you had a rather interesting end of the race. I believe you were pushing Troy Cox to the finish line, were you?
I was, as Aidan was saying, it's all about helping the fellow members out.
Yeah.
My race was actually interrupted by about 5 minutes because my daughter needed to get put back to bed. So I pretty much just thought I'd finish the race anyway.
That explains why you ended up 6 laps down but still running. Yeah, a lot of people wouldn't be bothered if that was the case, but we're glad you were still there because you were allowed Troy to at least get to the finish line and all of that. That was just extraordinarily bad luck, just half a lap short on fuel for Troy. But again, the sportsman thing and you being out of the race, you were in a position to do that. On another night, he might not have been so lucky.
I think the important thing was that he managed to get over the line with 0 incident points.
Yeah, surprisingly, with you tapping him all the way, I thought fantastic.
About 50 times by that point.
I would have thought so too. Quickly, your thoughts on, obviously, a bit hard to gauge your race because of that, real life interruption, as we call it. Family gets in the way of fun sometimes. We've all been there. But quickly, some thoughts on the circuit and your lap speed before the interruption, mate.
I really quite enjoyed that circuit. I think you find that the hungrier you are, the better the lap time you end up putting together. So I think I qualified. I'm very new to the circuit. I've only driven it this week, and I think I'd qualified 10th. I was running in 7th. So I think, it's one of those risk and reward circuits, much like Mount Panorama.
All right, just having a look at the clock here. It's almost 10 past 11 on the East Coast, so I'll leave it there because I want to flick through the rest of the convo here and try and wrap it up by 11:30. Thanks for stopping by, James. We appreciate that. Let's go to Dan Siciliano, and I hope I'm getting that right too, Dan. You can correct me otherwise in just a moment. You were right at the end there in a thick and fast battle with Rick Sibra, and unfortunately not able to get the job done. By gee, it was tight there, 0.3 of a second. Good race between you guys there for 5th and 6th.
Mate, it was an awesome race. I really enjoyed it, and you're really close with the name. It's Siciliano. I nearly stuffed it up myself then.
Yeah,
Siciliano. But no, it was really. I had a great race there with Rick at the end. He was defending really well, and with the tyres that were going off the way they were. It was down to the wire. I just had to back off, otherwise I was going to bin it.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing. Tyre wear was always going to be a talking point here. Wear and tear after 45 minutes. It's a long slog behind the wheel. How are you feeling after all of that?
Yeah, I was sweating a bit. It was a big workout. I sort of put a lot on myself to perform this one because the last couple of races I've had haven't been too great. Last week in the V8, I ran out of fuel just due to a miscalculation and had a bad one in the GT3s on Monday. Unfortunately, got hit a couple of times, but so I put a lot on myself to perform in this one. But I just needed to cool the jets a little bit. But the adrenaline kicked up, that's for sure.
Yeah, exactly right. Thoughts on the 3 races so far, and obviously there's a fair bit of good racing ahead. I noticed your name there in our servers on Wednesday night as well. So what are you looking forward to most about the next 7 days?
I'm just trying to get consistent. For me, I'm pretty new to this as well. I've only been doing it for about 12 months, and this is my first league series. So I'm just trying to learn off the faster guys and just stay consistent.
Indeed, and that's the aim of the game for everybody. And with consistency, with time behind the wheel comes improvement. So we wish you all the best with that. Good showing tonight. See how you fare next week, Phillip Island. You must be looking forward to that.
Absolutely, yeah. I love Phillip Island. I've done it myself on the motorbike. So I love the track. So hopefully I can perform.
Indeed, Dan. Thank you. We'll let you go. Well done.
No worries. Thanks, mate. Bye.
Second split, Rob Carmichael's back with us. It was him from Chris Anderson, Chris Polly, then Nathaniel Weber and Tony DeRossi. Good to see DeRossi back up there as well. Trucker Joe Baldwin, 6th, Reese Bolito, 7th, David Johnson, Stephen Birchnell and Craig Hopkins. The top 10 there. Only the top 7 finishing on the lead lap. Massive margins, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. So very sort of processional affair there, Rob.
Yeah, mate. Like I said before, I was having some fun. I don't usually drive the V8. I'm nowhere near what the top guys should be doing, but yeah, I was just out having fun and doing some laps and coaching a few guys on the way. So at the end of the race, I said something over the all teams to everyone. There was a crash at turn 1, lap 1. So I just said, just be patient. You're not going to win the race, the first corner. So. Just take it a bit easy, and hopefully there's a cleaner race going forward. But now I turn to Porsche at Road Atlanta, so hopefully we can get a good result there. Because when I did some laps a few weeks ago, I wasn't far off what the Super Cup guys were doing. So hoping, we can have a good turnout there.
Hoping so too, mate. We'll touch base again on Wednesday night. Well done.
Thanks, mate. Cheers.
All right, let's throw the conversation around. Michael Angus, you've had better nights at the office than that. But you've salvaged 9th. Are you okay with that, or could it have been better?
No, that was a pretty disappointing night, mate. I think we had genuine pace for probably 3rd there, and unfortunately on that, I think it was lap 3 or 4, clipped the grass coming out of the hairpin and sent myself into the wall, and it pretty much meant the car was absolutely rooted for the first stint. And we tried to pit early, thinking that it was going to be a 2-stop race. It turned out a few of the boys got home on 1, so we had to end up doing an extra stop, which just meant that we were right down. So, yeah, pretty average. I think, we were probably on for for third or fourth there. I think Jackson had some pretty solid pace too, so it was a good battle with him. But even during the battle, I had no rear tyres left because of the early stop. So what could have been, unfortunately.
Exactly right. But onwards and upwards for next week. Are you looking forward to Phillip Island? Is that a track better suited to you?
Yeah, well, I mean, Phillip Island's really probably the first track I will have been on. I'm only pretty new to the supercars, so I think it'll be nice going to a track that I won't have to learn for the first time. So fingers crossed. I think that experience of having done laps and knowing how to go somewhat fast on a familiar track will definitely make it a little bit easier.
Indeed. Well done. Obviously, hard luck tonight, but well done on persevering all the way through to the end, coming into the server to have a chat to us. We catch up with you again next week. Well done.
Thanks, mate.
All right, let's throw the conversation around. Jackson Rayhana, I appreciate your patience. I'm getting to you. Firstly, let's go to Matthew Cowie, and then Jackson will finish us off. Let's have a look at the results here. Matthew, 15th in the end. You started 19th. You finished 15th, so you moved forward. That's a positive.
Mate, I'll take it. Honestly, it's a win. It ran out of fuel right at the end, but seriously, that's a win for me. Like you've spoken to some seriously talented drivers tonight in the Hobsons, and you'll be getting to the Rayhanas and Shreyas and stuff like that. It's an opportunity, and it's great fun to be in the same server at the same time. To look at how they do things and what they do, and take that value and apply it to my own driving. Like I've only been on the service for a couple of months, so I've got a whole lot of learning to do, but it's great fun. I was really surprised to get in the top split for this season, so I'm going to enjoy every corner, every meter, and do what I can to stay here.
Exactly. Let's expand on that for a moment. You mentioned you're new to the server. You're not alone there. A lot of us are new to iRacing this year, thanks to COVID. In fact, if anything, that's about the one thing we can tip our hat to COVID for. Over everything else, geez, it's been a prick of a year. But let's focus on the improvement factor. Are you noticing as you spend more time behind the wheel of the sim, you're spending more time racing with the blokes you just mentioned, the Rayhanas, the Hobsons? Are you noticing improvement? Are you happy with your development, your progress here?
I'd like to think so. Montreal is always an incredibly difficult circuit because at the end of the day, it's a four-door saloon with far too much power, and it's always going to be quite difficult to get around some tight corners, and the hairpins at the end, you could see on the first lap was a fair few fireworks there, and it's always tricky to kind of avoid it. But I'd like to think in terms of, my personal improvement, obviously all the cliche things, the more seat time you get, the better you will get if you practice the right way as opposed to just turning it on and driving. If you have intent with your practice and, set yourself some short-term goals, long-term goals, all that cliche stuff. But I'd like to think last week was a real building block for me in the sim and in this V8. I felt like I was consistent. I tried to stay out of trouble. I just did what, drove my race and just tried to be as consistent as I could, stay out of the way, all that kind of stuff. And I think I finished 10th last week, which I was ecstatic with. So, there's been a lot of positives so far of, there was a little bit of imposter syndrome after round one, thinking whether I was actually going to be fast enough to be here in the first place. But it's, from what I've experienced personally, it's been quite encouraging for me. Just going to keep feeding off that. The club, especially yourself, Zach, all the guys that run the club, SimShed Broadcasting, it's a great environment to be in. It's incredibly encouraging, informative. Everyone helps everyone else, and it's an absolute pleasure to be here.
I should just reiterate, I do nothing in terms of running the club. I just keep Strepsils in business with my role, but that's another story for another day. And,
mate, you're the voice, to quote the great John Farnham, mate, you're the voice. So,
I'll appreciate that and run with it. In fact, I might even, I've said this a few times in the last couple of weeks, I might get that in writing from you.
Not a problem, mate. If you give me your email address, I'll send it through, signed document.
I appreciate that indeed. And of course, it's been a busy week. I'm actually really happy with how things have held up because last weekend, 22 hours for West Rebel Radio for the karting championships here locally. That was great fun. Surprisingly, didn't lose my voice box. I put that down to the fact that I actually had a co-commentator for a change, which was really good stuff. And then, of course, another 10 hours here this week. Been really, really good stuff. Now, quickly, just before I get to Jackson, Matthew, have you been throwing your hat into the ring in any of the other categories? Because as you know, the Gentleman Sim Racing Club, there's a huge program of racing opportunities throughout the course of the week, throughout the course of the year. Obviously, V8s are the front and center on a Friday night, but what else are you throwing your hat at?
It's funny you mentioned throwing. I'll take the pun. I'm in the second split in the Porsche at the moment, but scheduling wise, is always quite tricky. I'm actually trying to qualify for the Olympics next year in the shot put. And I
Nice.
move to Melbourne from Perth to train with some of the guys that have been at the Victorian Institute of Sport. So that kind of throwing takes up a majority of my time at the end of the day. So it's always a little bit tricky to get on the servers in time, which is why the V8 one being a later race has always been quite suitable. But definitely having a go at the Porsches. A second split in that there's definitely been some fireworks there too. But it's any opportunity I get, mate, it's great fun. Just trying to do what I can, and not spread myself too thin, obviously, but try and grab the opportunities as they come.
Now that you've mentioned the Olympics, I'm going to come back and ask you one more question. Jackson, I am getting to you, I promise. It's 19 past 11, 19 after 10 in Queensland, in, the 19th century state that it is. Matthew, I'm going to really put my permission slip in here for or my request slip in here to the club next year and say that we have a 2-week hiatus while the Olympics are on so that we can watch the progress of everything that's happening there, because 16 days of sport just top the tail of the day. There's no time for anything else as far as I'm concerned. Let's talk about that though. Did the cancellation of this year help your ambitions for Tokyo 2021, or were you pushing for 2020 and now you've obviously been held back?
Look, it's in terms of where I am in terms of rankings in the country and the distance I need, it's going to be a big ask, but it's not completely outside the realm of possibility. So really as tricky as it was with the schedule going, completely upside down at the start of the year, really it's there's so many different factors in terms of more time, and sure, there's more time to train and that kind of stuff, but a lot of people with their training programs, they tailor them and they peak at the right time to be as fresh as they can, with the schedule that's given to them. So, that kind of got turned upside down for a lot of people, but I think probably in my situation, trying to use it as a positive, especially here in Victoria with lockdown for the last couple of months, gym access, it's not even been hard to come by. It just hasn't been existent at all. So, it's really easy to be down in the dumps and go, oh god, it's too tricky, it's a pain in the backside and all that kind of stuff. But spoke to my coach and my training crew and just try to look for some positives, and we're like, well, look, we can't lift heavy things, so let's try and do some fitness stuff, or some other different things that we can do and do plenty of them, and just come out the other side of lockdown in better shape than I went into it. And that's really, at the end of the day, with the situation being as it is, that's all you can do.
Mate, I want you to keep checking in with us and on a weekly basis. Keep us updated on the progress. And more importantly, when competition resumes down there in Melbourne, as soon as you get wind of that, let us know, because it'd be nice to see things get back to some form of normal, as you say, down there in Victoria. But we wish you all the best, and hopefully the club will have someone to root for in Tokyo next year. Well done tonight, and enjoy the weekend ahead, as tough as that might be in Melbourne.
Thank you, Zach. Certainly will, mate. Again, thanks to you and everyone on the crew and the streaming services. There's certainly not this kind of level of streaming or broadcasting of events in Australian athletics, so they could certainly learn a thing or two from the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. But it's a pleasure, mate. We'll happily check in the future.
Please do. Now, I just want to advise those of you watching on Facebook, I just get this feeling that we're going to lose you very shortly, because there's a 4-hour broadcast limit on Facebook. So flick over to YouTube and Twitch. We're going to continue on there with the great Jackson Rayhana, and then we're going to wrap things up as well. Jackson, it's been an extraordinary night. 4 hours in the chair, a lot of fun. Give us your insights into the stock car race firstly, and then, well done, the outright podium in the supercars, your first one of the season.
Oh, good evening, mate. It's been a bit of a whirl. It's been and all up, it's actually been a pretty successful week for myself and the gents. Probably one of the stronger weeks I've had, or one of the strongest weeks I've had. Obviously, this season I'm stepping up into, from doing the production cars and pilot series. Now I'm sort of more focusing on the bigger league series, for lack of a better word. Well, probably not bigger league, but more just the faster, the kind of the ballsier cars, and just trying to get used to those. And yeah, it's probably, with that said, it's probably been my most successful week in the gents. despite qualifying efforts and the shocker I had, the shocking qualifying effort I had, Porsches and GTs on Monday and Wednesday night, respectively. Past some cars, and even tonight, my qualifying probably wasn't as good as it was. It was frustrating, and in stock cars, it was probably as good as we got, or could have got. Sorry, I'll trying to get my words out here.
Don't worry, aren't we all?
Oh yeah, well, the stock car effort was probably as good as I could have got. It was very close, in all fairness. Like me, Nico Pop and Adam were very, very, a couple of hundredths between us. I always know my race pace is a lot better, and obviously we proved that tonight in the stock cars and came home with another solid top 5, which I'm always happy to get a top 5 in stock cars because there's just such hard cars to drive.
I won't hold you up too much longer, mate, but I probably made a meal of the question I was posing to someone else earlier in the chat, so I'm going to try and polish it up so that you can have a crack at it for me. The supercars this series, so revered, such incredible interest because of the fact that it is our homegrown series. That in itself is the appeal. Therefore, when you look at the competitors that are drawn to this series, there's a desire to race these cars because they want that chance to emulate their heroes. That's what they do. But as we're talking to Brenton Hobson and as we've spoken to a couple of others, once they get in there, and this is probably one of the reasons for a little bit of the drop-off, they're discovering just how much of a beast they are to drive and just how difficult the challenge can be.
Yeah, absolutely. And even for me, like, these definitely aren't my cup of tea, and neither is the stock cars. That's why stock cars is kind of like my little pet project kind of thing, because it's just something completely out of left field and something that I've never really had a massive interest in. And even getting through karts, supercars was never the end goal. For me, it was always going over to Europe and doing something like WEC, or going to America and doing something like Indy, or going to Japan and doing something like Super GT. So driving these things, it was never on top of my list. Like, obviously you'd love to have a go in one. Who wouldn't want to have a go in one of these things in real life? And even getting into iRacing, it was never going to be the first car I was going to gravitate to. In fact, as a matter of fact, I drove it for the first time, I think 2 days into iRacing, and it really scared me. I was like, oh wow, I'm really not good at these things. So I kind of put it away, put it to bed for a little while, and drove other stuff. But yeah, no, this season obviously it's one of the top categories in the gents, and it's you've got V8 Scops, you've got the all the top Premier Series in sim racing in Australia, use this car. So it's something I guess I've got to get used to, and something if I want to ever get to that level, it's just something that I'm going to have to start driving more often. I'm glad that the gents provide such a good a good category, and Hobo and Shreya and the guys at Synergy provide such a good benchmark, I guess, something to chase.
Yes, just have a look at the swagger in the picture of Jackson Rayhano as it pops back up on your screen at 11:30, ladies and gentlemen. How good's that? Hey, quickly, straighten up a moment. Must fill you with a little bit of confidence when someone like Brenton comes on and says he's going to have to be worried about you in due course, just with the way you're progressing and developing.
Oh, absolutely. It's a huge wrap, and I didn't get a chance to thank him before he left, but it's nice to hear. You're on the right track, and obviously very early days. Like, I don't want to lie, this is the first time I've ever driven this car around this track tonight in practice. I mean, with that said, going from the stock car to this car, because I've driven the stock car around here before, but never the V8, and I'm always going to practice in the stock car first because it's just a harder car to drive. But going from the stock car to this just makes it a world easier, because as I've alluded to before, it's like going from a Skip Barber to an F3 car or a Formula Mazda. Like the thing will turn, the thing will stop. Like it's like driving on a cloud. So in that sense, it made the transition a lot easier. And obviously those first laps in the supercar around here, it's just like, holy crap! All right, so it becomes a case of, all right, how far can I push this thing? Like what will it do and what won't won't it want to do? And I don't know if you saw in the broadcast. Obviously, there were a few times in that race where it was a little bit touch and go, and the guys I was
Correct.
racing probably gave me a little bit more room than what I deserved. And credit to them for doing that. But
For sure.
yeah, it was trial by fire, definitely. But I'm glad I could pull something together and pull out a result.
Well, this is exactly right. I mentioned there were a few notables missing, particularly Michael Hammond. There were a couple of guys that would normally be up the pointy end, like, for instance, John Merritt, that ran into trouble before the race even got too far going. But still, first podium in this car, first time on the circuit in this car, as you said there a moment ago. It's a good stepping stone. It's a good launch pad for which to build on for the remainder of the championship, and now Phillip Island next week. So quickly, your thoughts on Phillip Island for the supercar, but also Interlagos for the GT3, for the Porsche.
Oh man, I love Interlagos. It's one of my favourite tracks. Did pretty well there in the Carbon Series, the GT3 series.
My apologies. Interlagos for the GT3 Monday night.
Yes.
Rode Atlanta for the Porsche. Sorry, I'm getting mixed up
That's
between
all right.
the GT3 series now, and of course Phillip Island Friday night. Go your hardest.
Interlagos, awesome track. Really, really like that track, and especially in the Ferrari, it did really well there in the Carbon Series. That's where I made my debut and ended up getting a top 5, which is pretty cool considering how competitive that series is. And yeah, look, I'm sure the open setups will be different. I'm pretty sure Jeff Connell alluded to it on Wednesday night. I'm like him. I prefer the fixed setups and just jumping into the thing, and basically your benchmark is the fastest guy driving that car. But yeah, look, I love Interlagos. We'll see what we can do, see if we can improve on the qualifying form and make it so I don't have to pass so many cars to get back to, the position I probably should be at. Road Atlanta and the Porsches, interesting combo. I love the Porsche, as you know, but Road Atlanta's a track, I'm impartial to. So we'll see how we go there. And Phillip Island, everyone loves Phillip Island. I don't really know many people who don't like Phillip Island. So
It'll be a great combo for the supercar.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And I hope we get a bigger turnout next week, which I feel like we will. But yeah, it's been a cool couple of weeks getting used to this thing. Obviously, last week got KO'd with my internet. So
yes, that's right.
That was I guess it happens. So,
not often you see the word DNF next to Jackson Rayhana's name, or DNS as well.
Yeah. Oh, then now you know the only thing that's really going to take me out is a hardware problem or an internet problem. So
or running late, getting home from work because of daylight bloody saving.
Absolutely,
and that's the other issue. Yes, right.
Yeah.
So now that we've established that, stay there with me, mate. I'll come back to you in just a moment. Let's look ahead as far as the Gentleman Sim Racing Club is concerned. Let's recap tonight. Of course, Brenton Hobson dominating the supercars, winning by 14 seconds from Michael Schrader and Jackson Rayhana. He dominated the production car race. I don't have those. Actually, no, I do have those results on me. I do apologise. He dominated there, winning by 58 seconds from Simon Ferris and Peter Hunter in the end. The stock cars won by Carl Watmore, just from Brenton Hobson. He went so close to getting the treble tonight. And, of course, Trent Lavis was third. Championship points. Let's start with the production cars and work our way up. Brenton Hobson, 91 points. Michael Hammond, 59. And Simon Francis, 52. Tony Rossi, 50. And Jonathan Turner, 48. I'm just going to leave it at the top 5 tonight because we are well over time here at 11:30 on a Friday night. The stock cars, season 3. Carl Watmore, 90 points now. 5 clear of Michael Schrader and Trent Lavis on 82. Adam Lavis sitting there pretty on 65 points. You must be happy with that, Adam Lavis. I'll come to you in a second. 62 for Brenton Hobson. And also Kester Ward rounding up the top 6 on 54. So a fair gap there, 8 points between 5th and 6th. Stone Cold Racing Supercar Series, the Challenge Season 3 for the, as I say, Stone Cold Racing, our great friends there. Brenton Hobson, 105, 39 points clear of John Merritt on 66, 57 for Michael Schrader and Dave Trevathan, 56 for Matt O'Grady. Because it is the last race of the night, I will mention the top 10 here. 55 for Michael Engels, 50 for Michael Cracknell, 47 now for Jackson Rayhana. You're sitting there in 8th, mate. 43 for Tim Harris and 41 for Todd Parks. That's the points. Adam Lavis, consistency is the key in the stock cars for you, mate. Well done.
Yeah, no, I had a couple of good results. I almost got my first podium in round one, but because I just had a little bit of a battle with Carmichael. I think it was Carmichael, and made a mistake, and he just got past me. And as he passed me, Jackson and old mate got their penalty to drive through. So then I could have had a podium, but I ended up being fourth. So that was annoying. But yeah, other than that, it's being consistent, chipping away, just trying to make sure I stay on the track and try and maximise the points when I can.
Indeed. Looking forward to plenty of great racing next week here as far as the Gentleman Sim Racing Club is concerned. Let's look ahead for you now. Actually, no, I'll look ahead in a moment. Repeating the news tonight, the Raiders defeating the Roosters, the Tigers defeating the Saints. Raiders over Roosters in the NRL, Tigers over Saints in the AFL. They head through to the preliminary finals next week. The two losers are out. Formula One practice session 1 did not go ahead at the Nürburgring due to wet weather. Practice 2 isn't far off getting underway. You'll be able to watch that on Fox Sports around Australia. MotoGP, it was, of course, sorry, I just had a mind blank there. I think it was Bradley Smith that topped practice session 1 at the Le Mans circuit in the south of France, and a very nice performance it was too. Again, stressing that it was wet there for the opening practice session. So wet weather a factor in both Formula One and MotoGP tonight, despite the fact that they are in different countries. And yeah, Bradley Smith, the Aprilia rider, leading the way there at the end of the FP1 session. MotoGP, of course, Sunday night, you'll see it from 11 o'clock, the Formula One race from midnight Eastern Daylight Time. As far as the Gentleman Sim Racing Club is concerned, plenty to look forward to. Monday night, I'll get it right this time. Monday night, we head to Interlagos. That is the GT3 race. The Porsche GT3 series heads there, but not for a couple of weeks yet. So Monday night, Intro to Wings, and also GT3 from the Autodromo Jose Carlos in Brazil. Looking forward to that. Sao Paulo, the venue, and we've been waiting to get there all season. 7:30 Eastern Daylight Time, our coverage. Wednesday night, TCR GT4. And then they're on the Road Atlanta short course, and then the Porsche GT3s for Racecraft on the full course at Road Atlanta in Georgia. That is 7:30 Eastern Daylight Time. SimShed Broadcasting has Monday and Friday, and of course, Adam Lavis looks after Wednesday for you. You'll see all three on the Gentleman Sim Racing Club Incorporated broadcast page on Facebook. Like that if you haven't already done so. Friday night, Phillip Island, the venue, the triple header, 7:30 to 11:30 Eastern Daylight Time will bring you all the action from the prod cars, which will again be the Mustang, into the stock cars, into the supercars. Plenty to look forward to there. And that's just about us done. Adam, we'll catch up with you Monday night, but more importantly, when you're in the director chair on Wednesday night. Thanks to JP for his brilliant work in the director chair. Jackson, final thoughts on all of that? Are you getting amongst the and the second question here? Are you getting in amongst the club enduro tomorrow, the charity enduro 6 hours around Le Mans in the good old Radicals?
I hope so. I've got work early in the morning, so we'll have to see if it just depends on numbers. And I know Angus Cook and I are probably going to be in a car, but yeah, again, depends on numbers and if I'm going to be able to make it back home from work. Worst case scenario, he'll qualify and start the car, and I'll come in, whenever I come. So yeah, we'll have to see.
Just swagger in just a little bit late like a rock star. Very nicely done. Sorry we didn't get to have too much of a chat tonight, but obviously we're a little bit over time. We'll catch up with you on Monday night. Good to have you back on the grid for the GT3 series.
All good, and special thanks to Bear and Bull and Nico Pop for being in my ear during the supercar. You did a really good job. And yeah, another special mention to Bear and Bull. I know you guys are watching tonight, and thanks for your support.
I'll touch base with you regarding Nick's insight next time we talk, because that's interesting that he's offering some insight there and some help in the supercar, but you normally go it alone in the other races. So I want to get your insight on that and how all that's working out, but we'll do it another time. JP, thank you in the director's chair. Thank you to you, Adam Lavis, as well, crunching the numbers for us behind the scenes. Thanks, as always, to Central Coast Subaru, LJ Hooker Gaindar, Racecraft, Flash Graphics, Ocular, and Simple Sim Computers. Also to Stone Cold Racing and everyone else that makes up the broadcasts and everything else to do with the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. Of course, without those great people, the broadcasts would not be possible. Thanks to Paul Nichols, Nico Pop, Trent Lavis for lending his vocals to the commentary at some point tonight as well. Thanks to you at home. massive weekend here in Southeast Queensland. Good luck to everybody contesting the 7th running of the Willowbank 300 tomorrow, the 3rd incarnation of that event, and of course the first under the banner of the Queensland Production Car Championship, and probably 18 months overdue as far as I'm concerned. I'll see you on West Brom Radio tomorrow morning from 9 a.m. With the weekend sports switch and then the Saturday morning sports clubhouse. On behalf of the entire team that put Friday Night Motorsport together for you on SimShed Broadcasting, for all those great people that I just mentioned, thanks so much for being with us, and we look forward to your company Monday night when we do it all again. And don't forget, of course, SimShed Broadcasting broadcasts sim racing Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday night, and it's just us here on Mondays and Fridays. Until we see you Monday night from South America, the Interlagos circuit in Brazil, and we're looking forward to it immensely as we visit Sao Paulo for the first time. I'm Zach Cabin. Have a great weekend, everybody. Until we meet again, bye for now.